Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, I used to think danger had a certain look, shifty eyes, a nervous stance, something that warned you to stay away. But I was wrong. Real danger smiles at you. It asks about your day. It holds the door open and makes you feel safe. The person who tried to end me didn't look like a threat. They laughed easily, brought me coffee, and even complimented my coat once. But under all of that charm was something cold, something calculated. I learned that too late. The first time I saw the gun, I didn't even believe it was real. Not because I didn't understand what it could do, but because I didn't want to believe someone like that would use it. The shot never came, but the look in their eyes told me everything. This wasn't a robbery. This was personal. I survived because I stopped trusting smiles. The investigation started with a phone call I shouldn't have answered. My hands were still shaking from the encounter when the detective's voice cut through the static. They wanted to know if I'd seen anything unusual in the building recently. Unusual. The word sat heavy in my throat like swallowed glass. Everything had been unusual, but I'd convinced myself it was normal. The way certain doors stayed locked during the day. The way conversations stopped when I entered rooms. The way my coffee sometimes tasted bitter, metallic, wrong. I found myself walking through the same hallways where it happened, looking for details I might have missed. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. My footsteps echoed differently now, as if the building itself had changed after what I'd witnessed. The carpet near the elevator still had that stain I'd noticed before, dark, irregular, like spilled wine that had never been properly cleaned. I'd asked about it once, casual conversation with the maintenance worker. He'd shrugged, said it was coffee. But coffee doesn't smell like copper when you get close enough. The security footage was the first real clue. Grainy, black and white, but clear enough to see the truth I'd been avoiding. There they were, the person I'd trusted, walking through the lobby with that same easy smile. But something was different in their posture, a tension in their shoulders that the camera caught but my eyes had missed. They kept checking their watch, looking toward the stairwell, adjusting something in their jacket pocket. Over and over, the same nervous gesture. I watched the timestamp roll forward, knowing what was coming, knowing I was about to see the moment everything changed. The recording stopped just before I entered the frame. Convenient, too convenient. When I asked about the missing minutes, the security guard's eyes shifted away from mine. He muttered something about a technical glitch, but his voice had that same hollow quality I'd heard in my own voice when I lied to myself about the warning signs. His fingers drummed against the desk, and I noticed a small bandage on his knuckle, fresh, like he'd scraped it on something sharp recently. I started carrying a small notebook, writing down everything I could remember. The way their breath smelled like peppermint, but underneath something sour. The way they always stood to my left, never my right. The way they'd touch my arm when they talked, fingers lingering just a second too long. Physical evidence of manipulation I'd mistaken for friendship. The pages filled up quickly, black ink bleeding through cheap paper, creating a map of deception I hadn't seen while living through it. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. An old woman who lived in the apartment above mine mentioned seeing someone on the fire escape late one evening. She described them perfectly, the same height, the same walk, the same jacket I'd seen countless times. But she added details I'd never noticed. The way they'd tested the window latch with their fingernail. The way they'd counted steps as they climbed. The way they'd stood outside my door for a full minute, just listening before walking away. I realized then that the encounter I'd survived wasn't random. It was rehearsed. They'd been planning it, studying my routine, learning my habits. The coffee they brought me wasn't kindness, it was reconnaissance. They'd been watching me drink it, timing how long it took, noting when I felt drowsy afterward. The compliment about my coat wasn't casual conversation. They'd been memorizing what I wore when I wore it, how it moved when I walked. Every friendly gesture had been a calculation. The police file, when I finally gained access to it, was thinner than I'd expected. 3 pages of typed notes, most of them focused on my statement rather than the evidence. No mention of the security footage gap, no mention of the woman upstairs. No mention of the stain on the carpet or the way my coffee had tasted wrong for weeks. It was as if the investigation had been designed to find nothing, to close quietly, to let sleeping truths lie undisturbed. I found myself questioning everything I thought I knew about that day. Had I really seen what I thought I'd seen? The memory felt solid, immutable, but memories lie. They shift and change each time we access them, like files corrupted by repeated opening. The smile I remembered so clearly, had it been friendly or predatory? The gun I'd seen, had it been real or imagined? The threat I'd felt, had it been genuine or paranoid? But then I'd touch the scar on my palm, the small cut I'd gotten when I'd grabbed the door frame, desperate to escape. Physical proof that something had happened, that my fear had been justified. The wound had healed, but the nerve damage remained. Sometimes my fingers would go numb without warning, a reminder that trust, once broken, leaves permanent marks. The case officially closed with no arrests, no charges, no justice. The detective who'd called me that first day retired early, moved away, left no forwarding address. The building manager installed new security cameras, but somehow the old footage disappeared during the transition. The maintenance worker quit without notice, leaving behind only a set of keys and a lingering smell of disinfectant in the utility closet. I still see them sometimes, the person who smiled while holding a gun. Not in person. I've moved, changed my routine, learned to trust my instincts instead of my hopes. But I see them in strangers who hold doors open too eagerly, who remember my name too quickly, who ask too many questions about my day. I see them in every friendly gesture that feels just slightly wrong, every kindness that comes with strings attached. The truth is, I'll never know if they planned to pull the trigger or if they just wanted to see the fear in my eyes. I'll never know if I was their only target or one of many. I'll never know if justice was avoided or if I was simply wrong about everything. What I do know is that survival isn't about escaping danger. It's about learning to recognize it before it's too late. And danger, I've learned, almost always comes with a smile. Crime 2, there was a patch of dirt in my backyard that always bothered me. It never grew grass, no matter how much I watered it. At first I blamed the soil, maybe some bad chemicals or old roots, but something felt off. One day I started digging, not for treasure, not for fun, just to satisfy this gnawing curiosity. A few inches down I hit fabric, then bone. My heart stopped, but my hands kept working. What I found wasn't just a body, it was a message. Someone wanted it found. I called the authorities anonymously. I knew if they traced it back to me, they'd ask questions I couldn't answer. Because the real horror wasn't that there was a corpse in my yard. It was that I recognized the necklace buried with it, and I knew who put it there. The necklace was silver, tarnished, but unmistakable. A small charm shaped like a butterfly with one wing bent at an odd angle. I'd seen it dangling from someone's neck hundreds of times, catching the light as they laughed or turned their head. The memory made my throat tighten. I wrapped the jewelry in an old towel and buried it deeper, away from the remains. The authorities could find the body, but they didn't need to find that. I watched from my kitchen window as the investigators arrived. They worked methodically, photographing everything, measuring distances, sealing evidence in plastic bags. The lead detective was a woman with graying hair who kept glancing at the neighboring houses. She knocked on my door eventually, asking routine questions about strange sounds, unusual activity, people I might have seen. I answered honestly about everything except the necklace. My voice stayed steady, but my palms were damp against the coffee mug I held. The body belonged to someone who'd been missing for over a year. The news reports called it a breakthrough in a cold case. They interviewed the family, showing old photographs of a smiling face I recognized but couldn't place. The victim had been involved in some kind of dispute, they said. Money troubles, relationship problems, the usual complications that make people disappear. I found myself studying those photographs, searching for connections I wasn't sure I wanted to find. Days passed, the yellow tape came down, but the bare patch remained. I started avoiding that corner of the yard, but I couldn't stop thinking about the necklace. Why had someone buried it with the body? Was it meant to identify the victim or implicate someone else? I kept coming back to the bent wing on that butterfly charm. It hadn't been damaged by soil or time. It was old damage, deliberate damage. I decided to visit the local jewelry store where I'd bought gifts before. The owner was an elderly man who remembered faces and stories. I described the necklace carefully, watching his expression change as I spoke. He nodded slowly, his fingers drumming against the glass counter. He'd made that piece himself, he said. Custom work for a regular customer who wanted something special for someone they loved. The customer had been very specific about the design. When I asked who had bought it, he shook his head. Customer confidentiality, he claimed, but his eyes told a different story. That evening I sat in my living room with the lights off, thinking about the people who'd been in my life around the time the victim disappeared. Colleagues, neighbors, friends of friends. I tried to remember conversations, arguments, mentions of money troubles or relationship drama. The butterfly necklace floated through my memories like a ghost, always just out of reach. I could see it clearly but couldn't connect it to a specific person or moment. The investigation stalled. The detective with graying hair stopped returning my calls when I tried to offer more help. The news moved on to other stories, but I couldn't let it go. I started driving through different neighborhoods looking for familiar faces or cars. I visited places where I used to go regularly, scanning crowds for someone who might have worn that necklace. The search felt both urgent and pointless, like trying to remember a dream that kept slipping away. One afternoon, while organizing old photographs for a completely different reason, I found it. A group photo from a work party taken just before the victim disappeared. In the background, barely visible, was the butterfly necklace. It was around the neck of someone I'd worked with closely, someone I'd trusted. The bent wing was clearly visible, catching the camera flash like a tiny signal. My hands shook as I held the photograph up to the light. The person in the photo had moved away shortly after the victim's disappearance. New job, fresh start, they'd said. We'd exchanged holiday cards for a while, but the correspondence had faded. I still had their forwarding address somewhere in my desk drawer. I found it written in their familiar handwriting on a yellow sticky note. The address was only a few hours away by car. I drove there on a weekend, telling myself I was just curious. The house was small and well-maintained, with a garden that showed careful attention. I parked across the street and watched through my windshield as normal suburban life played out. Children rode bicycles, a dog barked at nothing, and there, trimming roses in the front yard, was the person from the photograph. They looked older, more settled, but unmistakably the same. I didn't approach them, I didn't call out or wave. I just sat in my car and watched as they worked in their garden, moving with the same careful precision I remembered from our shared workplace. They wore gardening gloves and a wide-brimmed hat, but I could see their face clearly when they turned. They looked content, peaceful even, like someone who'd found exactly what they were looking for. The drive home felt endless. I kept thinking about the necklace buried in my backyard, about the body that had been waiting to be found, about the person who'd put it there and then moved on to build a new life somewhere else. The victim's family had closure now, but not justice. The investigation had gone cold again, and I was the only one who knew the truth. I never reported what I discovered. I never called the detective or shared the photograph. Instead, I planted new grass over the bare patch in my backyard. I fertilized it carefully and watered it regularly. It grew thick and green, hiding the place where someone had chosen to bury their secret. But I kept the photograph, hidden in a book I rarely opened. Sometimes I take it out and study the background, looking for other details I might have missed. The butterfly necklace is still there, buried deeper than the investigators ever dug. It's waiting, like I am, for someone to ask the right questions. But I know now that some truths are too dangerous to share, some justice too complicated to pursue. The person in that garden looked happy. The victim's family had their closure, and I had my secret, growing greener every season, rooted in soil that remembers everything. Crime 3, I thought I was going insane. I'd hear whispers at night, scratching sounds inside the walls, and small things would go missing. Everyone told me it was rats, maybe raccoons in the attic, but I've lived with pests before. This felt different, smarter. One evening I left food out on purpose just to see. The next morning it was gone and the plate had been washed. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. I set up a hidden camera. What it captured didn't make sense. A girl crawling out of the wall behind my bathroom mirror. She looked clean, well-fed, and she stared straight into the camera like she knew I'd be watching. She'd been there for months, maybe longer. And the scariest part, she left me a note that said, "Thanks for not noticing." The note was written in my own handwriting. I'd been living in that house for 3 years, bought it cash from an estate sale after the previous owner died. The realtor mentioned he'd been a recluse, lived alone for decades. No family came to claim anything. The house came furnished, filled with old books, vintage photographs of strangers, and that peculiar smell of lavender mixed with something I couldn't identify. I rewatched the footage obsessively. The girl moved with purpose, like she knew every creaking floorboard, every loose nail. She'd emerge from different access points, behind the kitchen cabinets, through a panel in the bedroom closet, even from under the basement stairs. Her routine was methodical. She'd eat my leftovers, use my bathroom, sometimes sit in my living room chair and read my books while I slept upstairs. The handwriting haunted me. I compared it to old grocery lists, journal entries, anything I could find. It matched perfectly, but I had no memory of writing those words, none at all. I started leaving different notes around the house. Questions: who are you? How long have you been here? What do you want? They'd disappear overnight, replaced with responses in that same familiar script. A friend long enough to be seen. The responses felt like conversations I'd had with myself in dreams I couldn't remember. I contacted the estate lawyer who'd handled the sale. He seemed nervous when I mentioned strange occurrences, like he'd been expecting my call. We met at a coffee shop downtown. His hands shook as he pulled out a manila folder. "The previous owner," he said quietly. He'd been making complaints to the police for years. Said someone was living in his walls. Officers would search, find nothing. They thought he was losing his mind. Inside the folder were police reports, medical records, and photographs. The previous owner's decline was documented in painful detail. Paranoid delusions, they called it, social isolation, malnutrition. He died alone, found days later by concerned neighbors who hadn't seen him in weeks. But buried in the reports was something else. Security footage from a neighbor's camera had caught glimpses of someone entering and leaving the house during those final months. Someone who looked remarkably like the girl I'd been seeing. The police had dismissed it as a homeless person seeking shelter, but they'd never found any evidence of break-ins. I drove to the neighbor's house. An elderly woman answered. her face immediately darkening when I mentioned the address next door. "That poor man," she whispered. "He wasn't crazy, you know, I saw her too. Young thing, always looked so clean and proper. She'd wave at me sometimes from his windows when he wasn't home. Sweet smile, but there was something wrong with her eyes." She invited me in, poured tea with trembling hands. Her living room was filled with photographs, and one in particular caught my attention. A family portrait from what looked like the 60s. The resemblance was unmistakable, the same face, the same knowing smile. "That's my daughter," she said, following my gaze. "She disappeared when she was 16. Police said she ran away, but I knew better. She was planning something, always was too smart for her own good." I felt the walls of reality shifting. The woman continued talking, but her voice seemed to come from underwater. She mentioned finding her daughter's journal years later, hidden in the basement. Plans to disappear, to become invisible, to live in the spaces between other people's lives. She said she wanted to study people, the woman continued, to understand what made them break. I left without finishing my tea. Back home, I searched the basement more thoroughly. Behind a loose panel, I found boxes of journals, observation notes, detailed floor plans of houses throughout the neighborhood. The handwriting evolved over decades, but the core remained the same. My handwriting, the girl's handwriting, the previous owner's handwriting. The final journal entry was dated just days before I'd bought the house. It described me, my habits, my routines, my psychological profile, how I'd react to the sounds, the missing items, the notes. It was a study in human behavior, and I was the latest subject. I understood then that I wasn't the first. The previous owner hadn't been the first either. This had been going on for generations. The girl, or whoever she was, had been perfecting her craft, learning to break people slowly, methodically, until they couldn't distinguish between their own thoughts and hers. I packed my belongings that night, but as I loaded the last box into my car, I found another note tucked under my windshield wiper. In my handwriting it read, "You can't leave me behind. I'm already inside your head." I drove away anyway, found a new place across town, changed my phone number, tried to start fresh. But the whispers followed me, the missing items, the notes in my own handwriting, saying things I'd never consciously thought. I've been keeping a journal now, documenting everything. But sometimes I find entries I don't remember writing. Sometimes I catch myself speaking in voices that aren't quite my own. And sometimes, late at night, I hear scratching sounds inside my new walls. The most disturbing part isn't that she might still be following me. It's that I'm no longer sure which thoughts are mine and which ones she planted there. When I look in the mirror, I see my face, but behind my eyes, there's something else looking back, something patient, something that's been learning to be me better than I am. I've been thinking about buying another house, something bigger, something with more walls, and I can't shake the feeling that this isn't my idea at all. Crime 4, I never went down there much. The basement was cold, damp, and filled with old junk I swore I'd throw out but never did. But strange things started happening upstairs, flickering lights, cold drafts, and the feeling of being watched. So I finally went down. As I reached the bottom step, I felt it. Someone had been there. It wasn't just intuition, things had been moved. Then I saw the mattress, tucked behind a wall of boxes, stained and used. Next to it was a knife, a fresh one. I don't know who was living in my basement or how long they were there, but I found a trail of blood leading out through the storm door. And that door had been unlocked from the inside. The police came within an hour, 2 officers, one older with tired eyes, the other younger, taking photos of everything. They asked me the obvious questions. When did I last go down there? Who else had keys? Did I recognize anything that didn't belong? I told them about the strange sounds I'd been hearing for weeks, the way my dog would whine and scratch at the basement door, the missing food I'd blamed on my own forgetfulness. The older officer crouched beside the mattress, pointing out details I'd missed. Cigarette butts ground into the concrete floor, empty cans of food, the kind you eat cold. A small pile of clothes, worn and dirty, folded neatly in the corner. Someone had been living down there with an almost obsessive sense of order. Everything had its place except for the knife. "This is fresh," the officer said, holding up the blade with a pen through the handle. "Whoever was here left recently, maybe when you came down the first time." I tried to remember exactly what I'd heard, what had made me finally descend those stairs. There had been a thud, like something heavy falling, then silence. The kind of silence that feels too complete, too deliberate. I'd stood at the top of the stairs for what felt like forever, listening, before I finally forced myself to go down. The blood trail was faint but unmistakable. Dark drops leading from the mattress to the storm door that opened directly to the outside. I'd always kept that door locked, but now the deadbolt was turned and there were fresh scratches around the lock mechanism. Someone had been coming and going, and they'd learned to do it quietly. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, not from inside the house now, but from outside. I'd catch glimpses of movement in the trees behind my property, shadows that didn't match the shifting branches. The police had taken the knife, the mattress, anything they thought might hold evidence, but they hadn't found who'd been living there. I started asking neighbors if they'd seen anything unusual. The woman next door mentioned a man she'd noticed walking past her house at odd hours, always carrying a small bag. He'd seemed harmless enough, maybe homeless, but something about him had made her uncomfortable. She couldn't explain what exactly, just that he'd looked at her house a little too long, like he was memorizing it. The man who lived across the street had a different story. He'd seen someone hanging around the neighborhood, but always during the day when most people were at work. This person had been watching houses, noting when people left and returned. He'd assumed it was someone casing the area for burglaries, but now he wondered if it was something else entirely. I found myself checking and rechecking locks, installing new deadbolts, even buying a security system. But the feeling persisted. Someone out there knew things about my life, my routines, my house. They'd been close enough to count my footsteps above their head, to know when I was home and when I wasn't. The police investigation stalled. There were no fingerprints on the knife, no DNA on the mattress that matched anyone in the system. The blood trail had been too degraded to provide useful evidence. Whoever had been living in my basement had been careful, methodical, and most importantly, they disappeared completely. But I kept finding small signs. A cigarette butt in my yard that matched the brand from the basement. Footprints in the soft earth around my foundation that appeared after rain. Once I found a piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper, blank except for a single word written in careful handwriting. Sorry. I started wondering if I'd been wrong about everything. Maybe the person in my basement hadn't been a threat. Maybe they'd been hiding from something or someone. The knife could have been for protection, not attack. The blood might not have been evidence of violence, but of injury, of someone desperate enough to risk bleeding rather than stay hidden. The thought bothered me more than it should have. I'd called the police immediately, done everything right, but what if the person living in my basement had been more afraid than I was? What if they'd been running from something worse than being discovered? I never got an answer. The case went cold, filed away with dozens of other unsolved incidents. The strange feelings gradually faded, replaced by new routines and better locks. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and the old floorboards creak overhead, I wonder if they ever really left. if they're still out there, still watching, still sorry for whatever brought them to my basement in the first place. The truth is, I'll never know who they were or why they chose my house. I'll never know if they were dangerous or desperate, predator or prey. All I know is that for weeks, maybe months, someone lived beneath my feet, sharing my space without my knowledge, and when they finally left, they took all their secrets with them. Sometimes the most unsettling crimes are the ones that leave you with nothing but questions. Crime 5, when the package arrived, I almost didn't open it. There was no return address, no markings, nothing that suggested it was even meant for me. But inside was something chilling, photographs of a crime scene I recognized too well. It was the same room, same blood patterns, only I'd never seen those images before. Then I noticed the plastic bag inside. It held a knife, wiped clean. But under the flap was the worst part, my own fingerprints, not copies, originals. Someone had lifted them from my house, planted them, and mailed it all back like a souvenir. I wasn't being warned, I was being framed. The photographs felt cold between my fingers. Each image showed angles of a room I'd visited countless times before, the same wooden floor, the same faded wallpaper, the same corner where shadows gathered. But these weren't casual snapshots. These were evidence photos, complete with measurement markers and case numbers partially visible in the corners. Someone had documented this scene with forensic precision, yet I'd never seen a single officer enter that space. I spread the photos across my kitchen table, studying each one. The blood spatter patterns told a story of violence that made my stomach turn. Dark stains had soaked deep into the floorboards, creating irregular shapes that seemed to pulse under my overhead light. But what disturbed me most was how familiar everything looked. Not just the room itself, but the way the furniture was arranged, the personal items scattered about. As if someone had recreated a moment I should remember but couldn't. The knife in the plastic bag was ordinary, a standard kitchen blade, the kind sold in any department store. Its surface gleamed under the fluorescent bulb, reflecting distorted images of my own face as I held it up. The handle showed nowhere, no distinctive marks that might identify its owner. Yet my fingerprints were there, clear as day, pressed into the metal just below the blade. The ridge patterns matched perfectly with the ones I'd left on the evidence bag itself. I tried to recall touching such a knife, but my memory offered only fragments. Cooking dinner, slicing vegetables, washing dishes. Nothing that would explain how my prints ended up on what was clearly a piece of evidence. The sender had included a magnifying glass, as if they wanted me to examine every detail of my own guilt. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Check the news. The local station was running a story about an unsolved case. A woman had been found dead in her apartment, the victim of what police called a brutal attack. The reporter stood outside a building I recognized immediately. It was the same structure, the same entrance I'd walked through many times. But I couldn't remember why I'd been there or when I'd last visited. The memories felt fuzzy, like trying to focus on something underwater. I knew that hallway, those stairs, that door. Yet when I tried to piece together the timeline, nothing connected properly. Days blended into weeks, conversations became whispers, faces dissolved into shadows. The woman's name meant nothing to me, but her photograph triggered something uncomfortable. She had kind eyes, the type that seemed to see right through pretense. Her smile was genuine, unguarded, the kind of person who would invite a stranger in for coffee, who would trust too easily, the kind of person who might not see danger until it was too late. I found myself driving to the building before I consciously decided to go. The street was quiet, normal. Children played in the courtyard while their parents watched from benches. Nothing about the scene suggested violence or tragedy. Even the apartment window looked peaceful, curtains drawn, but not in a way that screamed abandonment. The building super was watering plants near the entrance. He looked up as I approached, his expression shifting from polite interest to something more guarded. "Can I help you?" he asked, but his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "I'm trying to remember something," I said, which was true enough, "about the woman who lived here, the one in the news." His eyes narrowed slightly. Police already talked to everyone, nothing more to say about that situation. He turned back to his plants, but I could feel his attention still focused on me. Terrible thing. She was a good tenant, quiet, kept to herself mostly. "Did she have visitors, people who came by regularly?" "Some, not many," he paused, considering his words carefully. "Funny thing, though, found her spare key missing after they discovered the body. Never did figure out how someone got in without forcing the door." The spare key, something about that detail made my chest tighten. I could almost picture it, could almost feel the weight of it in my palm, but the memory remained just out of reach, like trying to grab smoke. Back home, I searched through my belongings with growing desperation. Drawers, pockets, old jackets, anywhere a key might hide. In the bottom of my junk drawer, wrapped in a tissue, I found it. A simple brass key with a small paper tag attached. The handwriting was neat, feminine, for emergencies only. My hands shook as I compared it to the photos. The apartment door in the background matched perfectly. This key would fit that lock, but I couldn't remember her giving it to me. Couldn't recall any conversation about emergencies or trust or the kind of relationship that would warrant such a gesture. The phone rang, unknown number again. I let it go to voicemail, but the message was just breathing, long and deliberate. Then a voice, distorted and electronic. "Stop looking or they'll find more than fingerprints." I played the message back several times, trying to identify anything distinctive about the voice. It could have been anyone. The distortion made it impossible to determine gender, age, or accent, but the threat was clear enough. Someone was watching, someone who knew exactly what I was discovering. The evidence bag crinkled as I picked it up again. Inside, beneath the knife, was something I'd missed before. A small piece of paper folded tight. When I unfolded it, I found a receipt. A hardware store purchase from several weeks ago. One knife, one pair of gloves, one roll of plastic sheeting. Paid in cash. No name, but the timestamp matched a gap in my memory I'd been trying to ignore. I couldn't remember buying these items, couldn't recall being in that store or handling that cash. But the receipt was real, the date was specific, and the items were too coincidental to dismiss. Someone had either used my presence there as cover for their own purchase, or I'd bought these things myself and somehow forgotten completely. The blood in the photographs looked fresh, still wet in some shots. The victim's position suggested she'd been surprised, caught off guard by someone she'd trusted enough to let inside, someone who had a key, someone whose fingerprints were now in my possession, mailed back to me like a trophy. I stared at my reflection in the kitchen window, watching my own face blur and shift in the glass. The person looking back seemed familiar but wrong, like a photograph that had been slightly altered. The eyes were mine, the mouth was mine, but something fundamental had changed, something I couldn't quite identify. The truth was in that room, in those photographs, in the weight of that key in my pocket. But every time I got close to understanding, the memory slipped away like water through my fingers. Maybe some truths are too heavy to carry. Maybe some doors should stay locked, some packages should never be opened. The knife still lies on my counter, reflecting pieces of a story I'm not sure I want to remember. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between sleeping and waking, I can almost hear her voice again, trusting and kind, for emergencies only. Crime 6, it looked old, tucked between the insulation in the attic. A leather-bound notebook filled with entries that didn't make sense at first. They were daily confessions, written by someone who had done terrible things, kidnapping, stalking, even murder. I read each page with growing nausea, but something about the handwriting gnawed at me. It felt familiar. I brought it downstairs and started comparing it to other things in my home. Grocery lists, notes on the fridge, it matched. The person who wrote that journal had been inside my house, maybe still was. I sat at my kitchen table, the journal open before me like a wound. The coffee had gone cold, but I couldn't taste anything anyway. The first entry was dated 3 months ago, right after I'd moved in. The handwriting was careful, deliberate, each letter formed with the precision of someone who wanted to be understood perfectly. Watched her through the kitchen window today. She makes coffee the same way every morning. 2 sugars, no cream. She doesn't know I can see her from the oak tree in the backyard. My hands trembled as I turned the page. The entries grew more detailed, more intimate. Descriptions of my daily routines, my phone conversations, even what I wore to bed. But it was the other entries that made my stomach turn. Stories of following strangers, of breaking into homes, of things I couldn't bring myself to fully absorb. I called the police, but the officer who came seemed more interested in checking his phone than examining the journal. He flipped through a few pages, asked if I'd had any break-ins or noticed anything missing. When I said no, he shrugged and suggested I install better locks. He left the journal with me, saying there wasn't much they could do without evidence of an actual crime. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me freeze. The house settling, the refrigerator humming, the neighbor's cat walking across the roof. I found myself checking the locks repeatedly, drawing the curtains tighter, but the journal called to me from the kitchen table, demanding to be read. The next morning I discovered something that made my blood run cold. A new entry, written in that same careful handwriting. She found it, saw her reading by the window. She called the police, but they don't believe her. They never do. Maybe it's time to introduce myself properly. I ran to every window, every door, checking locks and latches. The house felt different now, like it was holding its breath. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching the previous owners, the neighbors, anyone who might have had access to my home. The real estate agent was helpful but revealed nothing unusual. The house had been vacant for 6 months before I moved in. No break-ins reported, no complaints from neighbors. But then I found the spare key. It was still there under the fake rock by the front door, exactly where the previous owner had left it. The rock was dusty, undisturbed, but when I picked it up, I noticed something else. Fresh scratches around the keyhole on my front door, scratches that hadn't been there when I'd moved in. I changed the locks that afternoon, but it felt like closing the barn door after the horse had already bolted. The journal writer had been coming and going for months. They knew my house better than I did. They knew which floorboards creaked, which windows stuck, which shadows offered the best hiding spots. The entries continued appearing. New locks won't help. I know this house better than she does. I know where she keeps the spare batteries for the smoke detectors. I know she leaves the bathroom window cracked open when she showers. I know she talks to herself when she thinks no one is listening. I installed security cameras, but they only captured empty rooms and shifting shadows. I started staying at hotels, but the journal followed me somehow. New entries appeared even when I was miles away, describing my every movement, my every decision. The police detective I finally convinced to take the case seriously was more thorough than the first officer. She photographed the journal, took samples of the handwriting, ran fingerprint tests, but the results were inconclusive. The fingerprints were too smudged, the handwriting too generic to match against any database. "Have you considered," she asked gently, "that you might be writing these entries yourself?" The question hit me like a physical blow. I stared at her, seeing the doubt in her eyes, the careful way she was watching my reaction. I thought about the sleepless nights, the stress, the way my own handwriting had been changing lately, becoming more careful, more deliberate. I went home and compared the journal entries to my own writing samples. The similarities were there, but so were the differences. The slant of certain letters, the pressure of the pen, the way some words were formed. It was like looking at a photograph of myself taken in a funhouse mirror, recognizable but distorted. That night I set up a video camera pointed at the journal. If someone was still entering my house, I would catch them. If I was writing the entries myself during some kind of psychological episode, I would know. The next morning I checked the footage. 7 hours of an empty kitchen table. The journal remained closed, untouched, but when I opened it, there was a new entry. "She's trying to catch me, but she's looking in the wrong place. I'm not outside trying to get in. I never was." I read the line again, my vision blurring. The handwriting was different this time, more rushed, more familiar. I looked at the pen beside the journal, the one I'd been using to take notes about the case. The ink was the same shade of blue. I called the detective back, but she'd already closed the case. No evidence of forced entry, no witnesses, no crime that could be prosecuted. She suggested I see a therapist, said stress could manifest in unusual ways. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew what I'd read. Even if I couldn't prove it to anyone else, even if I was starting to doubt myself, I knew that someone had been watching me, documenting my life, planning something terrible. The journal entries stopped appearing after that, but I kept checking. Every morning I would open the leather-bound notebook, searching for new confessions, new threats, new evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. The house felt different now, not safer but quieter, like it was waiting for something. I found myself writing more, taking notes about my daily activities, documenting everything I did and when I did it, just in case, just so I would remember. Sometimes, late at night, I would sit at the kitchen table and read through the journal again. The handwriting looked more familiar each time, the words more like something I might have written, but I knew I hadn't. I was sure I hadn't. Wasn't I? Crime 7, the landlord said the place hadn't been lived in for years. Dusty, sure, but structurally sound. I took it. Cheap rent, quiet street, perfect, until I started hearing the clanging. Hollow thumps behind the walls. I knocked one day and the echo felt wrong, too deep. I pushed on the panel and it gave way. Behind it was a room, no windows, no lights, just a mattress, restraints, and walls covered in names, hundreds of them. Mine was the newest one, written in red. I stood there for what felt like hours, my breathing shallow, my hands pressed against the door frame. The smell hit me then, something sweet and metallic, like pennies left in the sun. I pulled out my phone, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, revealing more details I wished I hadn't seen. The mattress was stained, the fabric torn in places. The restraints were old leather, worn smooth by use, but it was the walls that made my stomach turn. Name after name carved into the wood, scratched into the paint, written in substances I didn't want to identify. Some were fresh, the wood still pale where the letters had been cut. Others were old, darkened with age. I found myself reading them, memorizing them as if I owed these people that much. Sarah, Michael, Elena, David. The list went on, a catalog of lives that had ended in this room. My name stood out at the bottom, written in what looked like fresh blood. The letters were shaky, hurried, as if whoever had written it had been interrupted. I touched the wall and the substance was still tacky, still wet. I called the police, naturally. They came with their cameras and their questions, their latex gloves and their measured voices. They documented everything, photographed every name, every stain, every piece of evidence. But when they asked me how long I'd been living there, when I'd first noticed the sounds, their eyes held something I couldn't quite read. Suspicion, maybe, or something deeper. The detective assigned to the case was a woman with tired eyes and careful hands. She asked me to walk through the discovery again, to explain exactly when I'd heard the sounds, how I'd found the room. Her questions were precise, methodical. She wanted to know about my background, my work, my relationships. Standard procedure, she said, but there was something in her tone that suggested otherwise. I learned that the house had a history. Previous tenants had reported strange noises, unexplained sounds in the walls, but none of them had found the room, or if they had, they'd never reported it. The detective showed me a file of missing persons reports, photographs of people who had vanished over the years. Some of the faces looked familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen them. The landlord claimed ignorance. He'd inherited the property from his uncle, he said, and had never lived there himself. He'd rented it out for decades, never asking too many questions, never inspecting too closely. When I pressed him about the room, about the names on the walls, he grew defensive. He suggested maybe I'd put them there myself, maybe I was trying to create some kind of elaborate hoax. I started researching the names on the walls, spending hours online, scrolling through missing person databases, old newspaper articles, social media profiles that hadn't been updated in years. Some of the names matched reported disappearances. Others seemed to belong to people who had simply vanished without anyone noticing, without anyone filing a report. The detective called me back several times, always with new questions. She wanted to know about my fingerprints, about my DNA, about my whereabouts on specific dates. She never accused me of anything directly, but the implication was clear. I was the one who'd found the room. I was the one whose name was written in fresh blood. I was the one with access to the house. I hired a lawyer, though I couldn't afford one. The questioning became more intense, more focused. They wanted to know about my past, about any history of violence, about my mental health. They searched my belongings, my computer, my phone. They found nothing because there was nothing to find, but their continued attention made me question myself. Had I written my own name on that wall? Had I somehow blocked out the memory of creating that room, of writing those names? The idea was absurd, but it gnawed at me. I started having dreams about the room, about the people whose names were carved into the walls. In my dreams, I knew them all. In my dreams, I was responsible for their silence. The investigation dragged on for months. Some of the names on the walls were connected to real disappearances, but the evidence was circumstantial. The room itself was clean of fingerprints, clean of DNA, clean of anything that might identify its creator. Whoever had built it had been careful, methodical, thorough. The detective grew frustrated with the lack of progress. She began to suggest that maybe I knew more than I was admitting, that maybe I'd been involved in some way. She pointed out that I'd been living in the house for weeks before reporting the discovery, that I'd had plenty of time to contaminate the scene, to remove evidence. I moved out of the house, but I couldn't move away from the case. It followed me, haunted me, made me question everything I thought I knew about myself. I started keeping a journal, documenting my thoughts, my movements, my memories. I needed proof that I was innocent, proof that I hadn't somehow forgotten my own crimes. The journal became an obsession. I wrote down everything, what I ate, where I went, who I talked to. I recorded conversations, took photographs, created an elaborate record of my life. I told myself it was for my own protection, but deep down, I wasn't sure if I was protecting myself from the investigation or from my own doubts. The case went cold. The detective moved on to other crimes, other mysteries. The house was sold to new owners who sealed up the hidden room, covered the walls with fresh paint, tried to erase what had happened there. But I couldn't forget. I couldn't stop thinking about those names, about the person who had written them, about the possibility that the person might be me. I still live with the uncertainty. I still wake up sometimes, wondering if I'm the monster in this story, if I'm the one who created that room of horrors. The evidence points nowhere, but the doubt remains. Maybe that's the real crime, not the room itself, but the way it forces you to question everything you believe about yourself, about your own capacity for evil. The names on the wall haunt me still, not because they're gone, but because I might be the one who made them disappear. Crime 8, at first I thought I was just groggy. I'd wake up to find the dishes washed, laundry folded, lights turned off. Maybe I had done it all half asleep, but then things started disappearing. Small things, a ring, a pair of shoes. One morning I found a note on the fridge, "You're welcome. I don't live with anyone." I changed the locks, set up cameras. What I caught wasn't a burglar. It was someone methodical, almost respectful. They didn't break in, they had a key. They moved like they'd done this before many times, and I wasn't their first house. The footage showed a woman in her 60s, gray hair pulled back in a neat bun. She wore latex gloves and carried a small basket filled with cleaning supplies. She knew exactly where everything belonged. She moved through my space like she owned it, like she had memorized every corner, every drawer, every hiding spot. The way she handled my belongings felt intimate, careful, too careful. I watched her open my medicine cabinet, examine each bottle, replace them in perfect order. She stood in my bedroom doorway for several minutes, just watching me sleep. Her face was calm, almost maternal. When she finally left, she locked the door behind her with a key I had never seen before. The next morning I found my coffee maker already brewing. A fresh cup waited on the counter, still warm. My heart hammered against my ribs as I realized she had been there while I showered. The steam on the bathroom mirror had been wiped clean. A towel I had left crumpled on the floor was folded and hanging on its hook. I called the police, but what crime had been committed? Nothing was stolen that morning. Nothing was broken. The officer who took my report looked skeptical when I explained that someone was cleaning my house without permission. He suggested I might be sleepwalking, stressed, maybe seeing things that weren't there. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had felt. The air in my house carried a different scent now, something floral and chemical. Industrial cleaner mixed with lavender soap. It clung to my clothes, my sheets, my skin. I couldn't escape it. I started sleeping with a chair wedged against my bedroom door. I hid cameras in different locations, changed my routines, stayed awake as long as I could. None of it mattered. She always found a way in. She always knew where I had moved things. She always left everything cleaner than she found it. The notes began appearing more frequently. Your plants needed water. The milk was about to expire. You worked too hard, each one written in careful cursive on pale yellow paper. The handwriting reminded me of my grandmother's, precise and elegant, old-fashioned. I decided to follow her. After weeks of watching the footage, I had learned her pattern. She always left through the back door, always walked the same route through the alley. I waited in my car, engine off, heart pounding. When she emerged, I gave her a head start, then followed at a distance. She walked 12 blocks to a modest house with a well-maintained garden. The porch light was on, but the rest of the house was dark. She used another key, disappeared inside. I sat in my car, watching the windows, waiting for lights to come on. They never did. The next morning I drove back to the house. An elderly man was watering the flowers in the front yard. When I approached, he looked up with tired eyes. "Are you looking for someone?" he asked. "I'm looking for the woman who lives here, gray hair, about 60. His face changed, the watering can slipped from his hands, splashing water across the concrete. "My wife died 3 years ago, pancreatic cancer. She was 62. My mouth went dry. "I'm sorry, I must have the wrong address." "What did she look like?" His voice was barely a whisper. I described her, every detail I could remember. The way she moved, the careful way she held her hands, the floral scent that followed her everywhere. As I spoke, tears began rolling down his cheeks. "That's her," he said. "That's exactly her. She couldn't sit still, you know, always cleaning, always organizing. She said it was how she showed love." I wanted to run, to pretend this conversation had never happened, but I needed to know, does anyone else have keys to her house? He shook his head. "I haven't been able to go through her things yet, haven't changed anything. Sometimes I pretend she's still here, just in another room." He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "Why are you asking about my wife?" I couldn't tell him the truth. I couldn't explain that I had been following someone who looked exactly like his dead wife, someone who had been cleaning my house while I slept. Instead, I apologized again and walked away. That night I waited for her. I sat in my living room with all the lights off, watching the shadows shift across the walls. I had left dishes in the sink, clothes scattered on the floor, everything deliberately messy. If she came, I would see her. I would confront her. But she never came. The house stayed exactly as I had left it. The dishes remained unwashed. The clothes stayed crumpled on the floor. The coffee maker sat silent and cold. For the first time in months, I slept through the night undisturbed. The next morning, I found a final note on my kitchen counter. "You don't need me anymore." The handwriting was different this time, shaky and uncertain. At the bottom, in the same careful cursive I had grown to recognize, someone had written, "Take care of yourself." I never saw her again, but sometimes when I'm washing dishes or folding laundry, I catch a hint of that floral scent. Sometimes I find myself cleaning more carefully, organizing with more precision than I ever had before. Sometimes I wonder if she found someone else who needed her help, someone else who worked too hard and forgot to take care of themselves. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I wonder if I had been helping her as much as she had been helping me. If maybe, in some way I don't understand, she had needed those moments of purpose, those quiet hours of caring for someone who couldn't care for themselves. The cameras are still there, still recording, but I never watch the footage anymore. Some things are better left unknown. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some mysteries are meant to stay mysterious. I kept the notes, though, all of them. They're in a box in my closet, next to a spare key I found hidden under a loose floorboard, a key that doesn't fit any lock in my house, a key that someone else must have left behind, someone who knew exactly where to hide it so I would find it when I was ready. I wonder sometimes what would happen if I drove back to that house with the well-maintained garden, if I knocked on the door and handed the key to the old man who waters his flowers every morning, if I told him that his wife had been taking care of people, that she had never really stopped showing love the only way she knew how. But I don't think I ever will. Some stories are too strange to share. Some truths are too heavy to carry alone. And some people, even after they're gone, find ways to keep giving, keep caring, keep cleaning up the messes we leave behind. The house is quiet now, clean but not too clean, organized but not perfectly, just the way I left it, just the way it should be. Most nights that's enough. Crime 9, my dog never barked, quiet, obedient, never dug holes. Until one day he wouldn't stop clawing at the edge of the backyard. I tried to pull him away, but he wouldn't budge. That night I checked the spot, dug a little with my hands, and I hit metal, a box. Inside were photos, dozens of them of me, some taken through windows, some while I was asleep, some from angles I didn't even know existed. I called the police, but by the time they arrived, the box was gone, and my dog. Well, he vanished too. The detective who came to my house had tired eyes and coffee stains on his shirt. He took notes while I explained about the box, the photos, the missing dog. His pen scratched against the paper with mechanical precision. He asked if I had enemies, if I'd noticed anyone following me, if I'd kept any of the photos as evidence. I hadn't. The whole thing felt like a fever dream, except for the dirt still wedged under my fingernails. The hole in my backyard remained, a perfect square of disturbed earth that seemed to grow darker each day. I filled it with fresh soil, but the depression kept returning. Something about the ground there felt different, softer, as if it had been disturbed before. I started paying attention to things I'd never noticed. The way my neighbor's curtains moved when I walked past. The sound of footsteps on gravel that stopped whenever I turned around. The feeling that someone was always just behind me, breathing on my neck. I began retracing my routines from the past months. The coffee shop where I worked on my laptop, the park where I jogged, the grocery store where I bought the same items every week. Each place felt contaminated now, like someone had been watching me perform these mundane acts, cataloging my movements, my habits, my vulnerabilities. I started carrying a small mirror in my pocket, angling it to catch reflections of whoever might be following me. The photos haunted me most, not just because they existed, but because of what they revealed about my life. I saw myself through a stranger's eyes, unguarded and unconscious. There was one of me crying on my couch, though I couldn't remember what had upset me. Another showed me standing in my kitchen, holding a knife while preparing dinner, but the angle made it look threatening, predatory. Someone had been building a narrative about me, frame by frame. I started sleeping with my bedroom door locked and a chair wedged under the handle. The house felt different at night, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. I'd wake up to sounds I couldn't identify, a soft thud, a whisper of fabric, the creak of floorboards where no one should be walking. My dog's absence became a physical ache. He'd been my early warning system, my companion, my proof that I wasn't entirely alone. The detective called back after a week. They'd found no evidence of a break-in, no fingerprints on the disturbed earth, no reports of missing pets in the area. He suggested I might have been the victim of a prank, teenagers with too much time and a cruel sense of humor. But his voice carried doubt, like he was reading from a script he didn't believe. He gave me a case number and told me to call if anything else happened. I started keeping a journal, documenting every strange occurrence, every shadow that lingered too long, every sound that didn't belong. The entries grew longer and more detailed. I wrote about the mailman who now avoided eye contact, about the barista who seemed nervous when I ordered my usual drink, about the jogger who ran past my house at the same time every morning, but never seemed to break a sweat. The photographs had shown me angles of my own life I'd never seen, but now I was seeing angles of other people's lives too. The way my neighbor's routine had changed, how she now checked her locks twice before leaving the house. The way the elderly man across the street had started walking his dog at different times, avoiding the path that led past my backyard. It was as if everyone knew something I didn't, as if they were all part of a conspiracy of silence. I decided to dig again. The soil came away easily, almost eagerly. This time I found something else, a small digital recorder, still functional, still recording. I played back the last few entries. My own voice filled the air, but these were conversations I'd never had, words I'd never spoken. Someone had been editing my voice, splicing together fragments of phone calls and casual conversations to create entirely new dialogues. In one, I seemed to be planning something violent. In another, I was confessing to crimes I'd never committed. The recorder felt warm in my hands, as if it had been recently handled. I looked around my backyard, suddenly aware that I might not be alone. The trees that bordered my property seemed closer than before, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the sky. Somewhere in that darkness, I sensed movement, the subtle shift of someone trying to remain invisible. I kept the recorder but didn't call the police. Something told me they wouldn't believe me, that they'd already decided I was unreliable, possibly disturbed. Instead, I began my own investigation. I reviewed my credit card statements, looking for purchases I didn't remember making. I checked my computer's browsing history, searching for websites I'd never visited. I examined my phone records, looking for calls to numbers I didn't recognize. The pattern emerged slowly. Small inconsistencies, minor alterations to my digital footprint. Someone had been living a parallel version of my life, making decisions I'd never made, creating evidence of actions I'd never taken. The photos weren't just surveillance, they were documentation, proof of a life that existed alongside mine but belonged to someone else. I realized then that my dog hadn't disappeared, he'd been taken. And the person who took him knew that I'd come looking, knew that I'd dig up the truth buried in my own backyard. They'd been watching me discover each piece of evidence, orchestrating my investigation, leading me toward a conclusion that might destroy everything I thought I knew about myself. The hole in my backyard grew deeper each night, as if someone else was digging, searching for something I hadn't found yet. I stopped sleeping, stopped eating regular meals, stopped maintaining the facade of normal life. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked like a stranger, hollow-eyed and suspicious, exactly like the person in those hidden photographs. The truth was there, buried somewhere beneath the surface of my ordinary existence. But I was beginning to understand that some truths are too dangerous to uncover, too devastating to acknowledge. My dog had tried to warn me, had tried to show me what was hidden. Now I was left to decide whether to keep digging or to fill the hole permanently, burying whatever secrets it contained along with my need to know what really happened in my own backyard. Story 10, the motel stood as a relic of forgotten days, a place where transient souls sought shelter for a fleeting night. The receptionist passed her the key with a cryptic gaze, a silent warning lingering in his eyes. "Just avoid the final door on your left," he whispered, a chill running down her spine. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity, beckoning her towards the forbidden. That evening, as shadows danced along the dim corridor, she halted before the ominous door. The handle sent shivers through her as she reached out, the cold metal biting into her palm. To the naked eye, the door appeared no different from its neighbors until she pressed her ear against it. A faint breath, a whisper of life, echoed from the other side, stirring her senses. Investigator Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, entering the crime scene with a heavy heart. The scent of iron filled the air, a macabre perfume that signaled tragedy. Blood had seeped into the worn carpet, painting a grim tableau beneath her feet. The room told a tale of contrasts, a pristine bathroom, an undisturbed bed, and in between, the ghastly sight of a young woman sprawled on the floor. Her golden locks splayed around her like a halo, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, frozen in an eternal moment of shock or perhaps fear. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful of the evidence markers that punctuated the scene like morbid confetti. "The third victim this season," remarked the forensic expert dispassionately, capturing the grim scene through his lens. "The same signature as before." Reed nodded in silent agreement, absorbing the eerie familiarity of the crime scene. The victim's attire and belongings spoke of a world far removed from the dreary motel, a world of elegance and privilege. This was no random act of violence. A deeper motive lurked in the shadows, propelling the unknown killer's hand. The motel manager lingered in the doorway, his pallor betraying his unease. She checked in alone, paid in cash I never imagined. His voice faltered, haunted by the grim reality that unfolded within the walls of his establishment. The maid discovered her during routine cleaning. Reed surveyed the room with a keen eye, searching for clues that might unravel the mystery. No forced entry, no signs of struggle. The victim had welcomed her demise, a grim companion in the night. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together the puzzle on the corkboard. 3 faces, 3 lives extinguished in cheap motels, a sinister pattern emerging. The media buzzed with speculation, painting a portrait of a predator lurking in the shadows. Detective Hayes interrupted her reverie, laying out the autopsy report before her. Death by strangulation manual, no trace of DNA under the victim's nails, no signs of sexual assault. Reed furrowed her brow, sensing a personal vendetta woven into the fabric of the crimes. Days melded into nights as the investigation delved deeper into the abyss. Surveillance footage yielded no tangible leads, leaving more questions than answers. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, defied the motel's sordid reputation, a woman of caution and precision, an enigma in death. A breakthrough surfaced during Reed's interview with Werner's sister, unearthing a clandestine affair with a mysterious man known only as C, a web of secrets unfurled, leading Reed to Werner's workplace and a chilling revelation. Colleagues painted Werner as a consummate professional, shielding her private life behind a veil of discretion. Yet a business card tucked away hinted at a clandestine liaison with Charles Emerson, a high-ranking executive. Emerson's facade crumbled under Reed's scrutiny, his composed demeanor betraying a flicker of guilt. The pieces fell into place as forensic evidence linked him to the crime scene, unraveling a web of deceit and betrayal. In the interrogation room, Emerson's mask of indifference shattered, revealing the darkness that dwelled within. They threatened to expose everything, he confessed, the veneer of respectability crumbling. The trial laid bare his heinous acts, condemning him to a lifetime of confinement. As Reed locked eyes with the hollow shell of a man, she glimpsed the void that consumed him, a chilling absence where empathy should have resided. The media dubbed it the door on the left case, a cautionary tale of hidden desires and deadly consequences. Psychologists delved into Emerson's psyche, dissecting the twisted motivations that drove him to commit unspeakable acts. But for Reed, the mystery lingered like a ghost in the night, haunting her footsteps as she wandered through hotel corridors. In the evidence vault, 3 keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to the horrors that unfolded behind closed doors, a stark reminder that some secrets, once unveiled, can never be erased from memory. Story 11. In the hushed stillness of the night, a young woman stood in the nursery, brush in hand, ready to transform the faded blue walls before her baby's arrival. As she applied the first coat of white paint, a hidden message began to emerge, faint yet insistent. Don't let it hear you. Her heart skipped a beat, a chill dancing down her spine. Stepping back, her eyes widened at the sight of tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high for any child to reach. This eerie discovery marked the inception of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The couple, lured by the allure of a Victorian-style home at an unbelievably low price, had unwittingly stepped into a realm of darkness and secrets. Detective Sarah Klein, with a sense of foreboding, approached the residence, her notebook poised for revelations. The door swung open to reveal a pregnant woman, weariness etched into the lines of her face. Paint stains adorned her overalls, a silent testimony to her recent endeavors. With trembling hands, she recounted the unsettling finding in the nursery, the cryptic message, and the ghostly handprints that defied logical explanation. The previous owners had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of whispers and unanswered questions. As Detective Klein navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the historic house, each creaking floorboard seemed to echo with forgotten secrets. In the nursery, the unfinished message on the wall served as a spectral warning, a voice from the past reaching out across time. Beside it, the child-sized handprints lingered, a spectral imprint of unseen forces at play. Delving into the annals of the property's history, the detective uncovered a trail of transient occupants and disturbing incidents involving children. The threads of the past wove a tapestry of tragedy, leading back to Alina Blackwood, the enigmatic widow who had once presided over an orphanage within the very walls that now whispered with spectral echoes. Through meticulous investigation and haunting revelations, the truth began to unfurl like a macabre tapestry. The sealed room behind the nursery wall, the children's possessions without their owners, the chilling echoes of laughter in empty rooms all pointed to a dark chapter in the house's history. With a sense of grim determination, Detective Klein unearthed the remains of 5 lost souls, their names finally inscribed in the annals of justice. Yet even as the case reached its conclusion, a lingering unease gnawed at the edges of reality. The nursery walls, once a canvas for unspeakable horrors, now stood as a testament to the lingering presence of the past. The house, now a barren shell of its former self, bore witness to a legacy of darkness that refused to be erased. The whispers of the children, trapped in a liminal space between life and death, echoed through the empty rooms, a spectral chorus of unfinished stories. As the final chapter closed on the Whispering House case, Detective Klein preserved a haunting memento, a photograph capturing the luminous handprints that glowed in the darkness, a silent reminder that some truths transcend time and paint, lingering in the shadows of haunted memories. Story 12, the apartment held its secrets within its aging walls. The heating system murmured with a tired groan, the pipes clattered in a familiar rhythm. It was all part of the building's character, or so she thought, until that moment when a whisper, barely audible yet undeniably real, drifted through the metal vents. It wasn't the typical background noise of everyday life. It was a voice, soft and insistent, calling out her name. Intrigued yet unnerved, she leaned in closer, her heartbeat echoing in her ears. A chill brushed past her cheek, followed by a playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw found herself in the heart of the empty apartment, a sense of unease settling around her like a shroud. Her eyes focused intently on the rusted vent cover that had been forcibly removed. The forensic team moved with precision, capturing every detail with their cameras as the scene unfolded before them. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until a foul odor alerted the building manager to the grim discovery. What awaited them inside the ventilation system defied logic. Officer Patel recited from his notebook, recounting Alina's reports of whispered voices through the vents that had been dismissed as mere creaks of an old building. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the marks of desperation etched into the metal edges. These were not marks of repair, but signs of a struggle, of someone trapped inside seeking escape. The puzzle was becoming clearer, yet the mystery deepened. Alina, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing life in all forms, had exhibited signs of paranoia before her disappearance. Her sister's trembling voice narrated the haunting tale of Alina's conviction that unseen eyes watched her every move, whispering through the very walls of her sanctuary. Shaw surveyed the apartment anew, seeing it through Alina's eyes. The bed neatly made, the unwashed mug, the chair positioned under the vent, silent witnesses to a presence unseen. The forensic evidence unveiled unsettling truths. fibers from Alina's favorite cardigan trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and chilling audio recordings from Alina's phone. Alone in her car, rain tapping a melancholic melody on the roof, Shaw listened to the spectral voices captured in the digital void. Alina's plea met with a haunting reply that sent shivers down Shaw's spine. A history of tenant turnover in the building hinted at a malevolent force lurking within its walls. Residents haunted by whispers, by visions that drove them to flee. The superintendent, Harold Weber, exuded a veneer of normalcy that cracked under Shaw's scrutiny when she probed into the past of apartment 4B. His evasive answers spoke volumes, hinting at a deeper connection to the building's dark secrets. The investigation took a chilling turn with the discovery of a concealed passage in Alina's bathroom, a gateway to a hidden realm between walls. A trove of belongings found within hinted at a clandestine observer, a voyeur living within the very structure of the building. Shaw's suspicions crystallized as she delved into Weber's meticulously kept records, a digital shrine to his twisted obsession. Weber's sterile apartment held no personal traces, but his computer unveiled a macabre gallery of violated privacy. Shaw recoiled at the invasion of Alina's life catalogued in meticulous detail. The unnerving entries in Weber's journal painted a picture of a deranged mind fixated on merging with his victims, on inviting them into the darkness he inhabited. The arrest of Weber brought a semblance of closure, yet the specter of his deeds lingered like a ghostly whisper in the vacant halls. The truth of Alina's fate emerged sedated, coerced into the labyrinthine vents where her cries faded into the metallic expanse. Families of past tenants shared their harrowing tales, a tapestry of fear woven by a predator who preyed on their vulnerabilities. In the courtroom, Weber's facade of sanity cracked under the weight of damning evidence. His words, laced with a chilling certainty, echoed through the chamber. Convicted on all charges, he departed with a cryptic warning that sent a shiver through Shaw's soul. The building held memories, echoes of the tormented souls ensnared within its walls. Now the once vibrant apartment building stands as a silent sentinel to the horrors that unfolded within. Despite attempts to erase the stains of the past, new residents speak of whispers in the night, of unseen eyes watching from the shadows. The echoes of a dark chapter persist, carried on the groans of the heating system, the rattle of the pipes, a haunting melody that refuses to fade into oblivion. Story 13. It materialized through the mail, nestled within a plain envelope devoid of any traceable origins. A solitary brass key weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, couldn't place its familiarity, yet a strange sense of recognition lingered. With each lock it encountered, the key refused to yield. It did not belong to her. However, as it rested upon the coffee table, a relic of the past, the ancient grandfather clock in the hallway echoed a solitary, haunting chime, despite its years of silence. Sarah, unsettled by this inexplicable event, alerted the authorities to the peculiar key. What began as a mere anomaly soon unfurled into a chilling narrative of crime that would disturb the tranquility of the suburban neighborhood. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer dismissed Sarah's unease as a mere mailing mishap. Yet Sarah's intuition whispered of unseen shadows, prompting the officer to accept the key as evidence, if only to placate her concerns. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a penchant for unraveling enigmatic cases, inherited the enigma during the morning briefing. The unassuming brass key sat upon his desk, evoking a disquieting presence. Sarah's background check revealed no hint of wrongdoing. A retired teacher, widowed, with children scattered across the country. Her life appeared ordinary, devoid of any sinister undercurrents. Forensic scrutiny revealed no fingerprints on the key save for Sarah's own. The envelope divulged nothing of significance, bearing only a commonplace postmark from the regional dispatch center. No DNA traces, no tangible clues. The key, a generic Schlage, well used and aged, offered no immediate revelations. The pivotal moment arrived unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to cross-reference the key's unique pattern within the department's database. A dormant case from 7 years prior unveiled an identical key pattern, a key linked to a storage unit concealing blood-stained remnants, tools of cutting, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled, lacking the crucial evidence to unmask the perpetrator. Harmon delved into the dusty files, uncovering a web of deceit woven with meticulous care. The key to the mystery lay in the shadows, waiting to be exposed. Sarah, an unwitting participant, found herself embroiled in a sinister dance of deception. As the investigation progressed, her sense of security dwindled, replaced by a creeping dread. The unknown loomed large, casting a pall over her once peaceful existence. Harmon's pursuit of the truth led to a breakthrough, a distant familial match from the expanded DNA sample. The trail led to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's, now vanished without a trace. Jenkins, a phantom in human form, had left behind a trail of obfuscation, a life shrouded in secrecy. The revelation of a concealed room beneath the floorboards of Jenkins' abandoned cabin unraveled a tale of unspeakable horror. Rows of brass keys, each bearing a name and date, hinted at a malevolent purpose, a key for every victim he had claimed. The grim discovery of buried remains underscored the magnitude of Jenkins' depravity. A nationwide manhunt ensued, with Sarah under constant protection, a pawn in a game of shadows and light. The press christened Jenkins the Keymaster, a moniker that sent shivers through the nation. The community recoiled in fear, grappling with the realization that evil had lurked in their midst, undetected and insidious. The hunt for Jenkins culminated in a standoff, culminating in his tragic demise. A journal, a chilling testament to his atrocities, addressed Sarah directly, a macabre acknowledgement of her unwitting involvement. The truth unfurled in all its grim detail, a litany of lives extinguished by a predator concealed in plain sight. Sarah, forever altered by the specter of darkness that had brushed against her world, never returned to her former abode. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of mysteries, now stood silent, stripped of its enigmatic allure. The keys, mute witnesses to unspeakable horrors, remained locked away, a silent reminder of the fragility of safety and the depth of human depravity. In the aftermath of the tragedy, scholars and researchers pored over Jenkins' writings, seeking to illuminate the shadowed recesses of the human psyche. The legacy of his malevolence lingered, a cautionary tale of the monsters that walk among us, hidden beneath masks of normalcy. And so the brass keys sat in silent vigil, each one a testament to the lives that had been extinguished, unlocking a truth too terrible to contemplate, a truth that whispered of the darkness that dwells within us all. Story 14. The aging apartment held its secrets, whispering pipes, creaking floorboards, and a mysterious presence that lingered in the shadows. The new occupant, Sarah, felt a chill in the air that went beyond the ordinary quirks of the building. It was the rhythmic footsteps that echoed from above, slow and deliberate, despite Sarah residing on the top floor. One fateful night, emboldened by a sense of unease, Sarah tapped the ceiling with a broomstick, seeking to unravel the enigma. The sound ceased abruptly, plunging the space into a heavy silence. Then, a single knock reverberated from within the very structure of the ceiling, sending shivers down Sarah's spine. Sarah kept the unnerving incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the old building or perhaps a stray creature seeking refuge in the attic. Yet the phantom footsteps persisted, haunting her nights with their methodical pacing above. Detective Morris was drawn into the mystery when a routine repair exposed a hidden passage concealed within the walls outside Sarah's unit. A maintenance worker, pale and trembling, had stumbled upon a secret crawlspace while fixing a leak. Within this clandestine realm lay a chilling discovery, a covert living space adorned with remnants of a solitary existence. Food wrappers, water bottles, a tattered blanket, and a cryptic notebook. The notebook chronicled Sarah's every move with unsettling precision, her routines, her interactions, her very essence documented in eerie detail. The writing, once methodical, spiraled into madness, adorned with cryptic symbols and a chilling declaration of defiance. No one ignores me. Forensic experts delved into the hidden passages, unearthing a labyrinth of interconnected tunnels that span the building's structure, leading to viewing points strategically positioned within Sarah's domain. The enigmatic stalker had orchestrated an intricate web of observation, spanning decades and multiple apartments, all converging upon Sarah's isolated abode. Interviews with former and current residents unveiled a tapestry of unease and unspoken fears, with whispers of being watched and unseen presences lurking in the walls. A breakthrough emerged when forensic analysis linked microscopic blood spatter to a missing tenant, Martin Weaver, who had vanished without a trace. Delving deeper into the shadows, Detective Morris uncovered a trail of unsettling connections leading to a reclusive figure named Edward Mercer, a phantom dwelling on the fringes of society, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and vanished souls. As the investigation unfolded, a remote cabin emerged as the epicenter of Edward's sinister design, a shrine to his twisted obsession with unsuspecting residents. Maps, journals, and macabre trophies painted a portrait of a man consumed by a dark compulsion, preying upon the unwitting denizens of his chosen habitats. The hunt for Edward intensified, revealing a trail of devastation in his wake graves hidden beneath the earth, each a grim testament to his insidious reign. Yet the elusive predator remained one step ahead, leaving behind a chilling message signaling a new chapter in the deadly game of hide and seek. Sarah, the unwitting focal point of Edward's macabre fascination, vanished without a trace, her fate intertwined with the shadows that danced within the walls of her apartment. The search for Edward, the phantom architect of terror, continues, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the veneer of everyday life. Detective Morris, haunted by the specter of Sarah's silent plight, finds himself listening to the echoes of the night, wondering if somewhere in the quiet corners of his own home, another sinister presence lies in wait. The legacy of Edward Mercer lingers, a cautionary tale of hidden horrors and the chilling truth that some nightmares dwell just beyond the walls of perception. Story 15. The aged library faced its fate of demolition, the workers nearing completion when a curious twist of fate unfolded. Amidst the routine dismantling, a worker stumbled upon a concealed latch cleverly hidden within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the entire shelving unit swung open, revealing a narrow passageway leading to a clandestine chamber. The air within was heavy, stagnant, as if time itself had forgotten this secluded space. Devoid of furniture, save for a solitary chair bolted to the floor at the room's center. Etched repeatedly on the walls, a haunting message lingered, "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly radioed for the authorities, sensing an unexpected turn in their mundane task. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with decades of experience, arrived at the scene. His flashlight pierced the darkness, casting an eerie glow on the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in a confined room. "Preserve every detail until our forensic team arrives." The library's history whispered of intrigue and tragedy. Once owned by the illustrious Harrington family, the building had been bequeathed to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca, vanishing during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace but an abandoned car near the woods. Despite exhaustive searches and inquiries, the mystery of Rebecca's fate remained unsolved. The prevailing belief suggested she had chosen to vanish, yet her family vehemently rejected this notion, convinced of a darker truth. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they uncovered strands of hair and fibers embedded within the aged chair. Traces of blood and skin cells clung to the scratched walls, hinting at a tumultuous struggle endured by a young female captive. "This chair was designed for restraint," the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing towards the worn leather straps and bolt holes. "Someone fought against their captivity with great fervor." Detective Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, troubled by the timing of the library's donation to the community. A donation that coincided eerily with Rebecca's disappearance, hinting at a connection that begged to be unraveled. Further scrutiny unearthed a chilling revelation. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor exclusively hired by Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records unveiled exorbitant payments to the contractor, far surpassing standard renovation expenses. Former library staff expressed shock at the discovery, none aware of the secret chamber's existence. However, an elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's peculiar obsession with the untouched section of the building, spending solitary hours within its confines after dusk. Maxwell insisted that part remain untouched during renovations, she shared with investigators, claiming it held irreplaceable historical significance. The investigation intensified when DNA evidence linked the biological material from the hidden chamber to Rebecca's hairbrush found in her old bedroom. The grim truth materialized: Rebecca had not fled but had been imprisoned behind the walls, likely by a member of her own family. With a warrant in hand, detectives searched the Harrington estate, uncovering a hidden journal within Maxwell's study. The journal chronicled his disturbing fixation on his niece, culminating in a chilling entry. "She threatened to expose me. She must remain in the room until she sees reason." Confronted with the damning evidence, Maxwell's composed facade shattered. "Rebecca knew too much," he confessed coldly. "I couldn't let her tarnish the family name." His admission painted a macabre picture of deceit and violence. Maxwell had ensnared Rebecca, entombing her behind the walls in a bid to silence her. Tragically, his plan spiraled into a fatal confrontation, resulting in Rebecca's demise. Beneath the floor of the hidden room, ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains. Subsequent excavation unveiled Rebecca's skeletal remains, adorned with the silver bracelet her parents had gifted her on her 20th birthday. The Harrington family bore witness to Maxwell's sentencing, a somber moment of closure after years of anguish. Rebecca's mother clutched the recovered bracelet, a poignant token of remembrance amidst the sorrow. The library's demolition was halted indefinitely, transformed into a site of reverence and contemplation. Community members laid flowers at the entrance, paying tribute to a life cut tragically short and a long-hidden truth that had finally come to light. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's desperate message etched on the walls ensured her enduring presence, a poignant reminder that justice, though belated, prevails in the end. Story 16. It was a chance dial, a mere whisper of static and distant echoes. The operator was about to dismiss it as background noise until a voice broke through the haze. A woman's voice, urgent and hushed, gasping, "He's here." And then silence enveloped the call like a shroud. Tracing the number led to a house frozen in time, its rooms empty and echoes lingering in the air, abandoned for years. No signs of intrusion, no disturbances in the dust that settled like a heavy secret over every surface. But in the forgotten kitchen, amidst the stillness, the phone rested on the counter, its screen softly aglow. The call had been made mere moments ago, a ghostly whisper from the past echoing into the present. Detective Morgan Reed played back the recording for the 5th time, each repetition sending a chill down her spine. The whisper lingered in the air, a spectral presence desperate, filled with a fear that transcended time and reason. The abandoned house had once belonged to the Sullivans, a family torn apart by a devastating fire that had ravaged the West Wing. Since then, the house had stood silent, untouched by life. The caretaker, a silent guardian of memories, attested that no one had trespassed within its walls for years. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh. The answer came back a haunting revelation. The number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter of the former residents who had met a tragic end in a car accident 3 years past. Morgan's gaze lingered on the evidence bag holding the phone, a puzzle with no solution in sight. A phone once owned by a woman long gone, now making calls from a house frozen in time. The dust on the counter told a story of its own, disturbed only where the phone now rested, as if placed there by an unseen hand. The forensic team combed through the evidence, finding nothing of substance. No fingerprints to trace, no footprints leading to or from the house. Locked doors, sealed windows, the mystery only deepened. The heart of their investigation became those fleeting 11 seconds of static and whispers, a spectral call from beyond the grave. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible. The voice matched Catherine Sullivan's with an unsettling 98% certainty, recorded at the exact moment of her tragic passing 3 years prior, down to the very minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into Catherine's past, seeking answers in the shadows of memory. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely bewildered by the spectral call. Her mother, a solitary figure in a small apartment, crumbled at the sound of her daughter's voice. "That's my Katie," she murmured, her voice trembling. "She sounds so frightened." Mark Jennings, Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her demise, provided an alibi for the night of the call, working a night shift at the hospital, accounted for by witnesses and security footage. The house had stood empty, a silent witness to the impossible call. But the truth remained elusive until a pivotal moment, a call from Catherine's mother, her voice quivering with a revelation. "I found something among Katie's belongings," she confessed. "Her journal, the final entry. You must see it." Within the pages of the journal lay a tale of love turned sinister, of control and fear creeping into the shadows. The last entry bore a chilling message. "He's discovered my plans to leave. His anger knows no bounds. If harm befalls me, it will not be by chance." Confronted with the damning evidence, Mark's facade crumbled under Morgan's scrutiny. "You believe I harmed Katie because of mere words on a page?" he challenged, his voice strained. "That is no proof, but the facts spoke louder than his denials. The accident report revealed his presence at the scene before emergency services arrived, a detail that raised suspicion." "How did you know where to find her car?" Morgan pressed, her gaze unwavering. Mark faltered, his mask slipping. "I was concerned for her well-being. I went in search of her." A return to the accident site unearthed a grim discovery buried beneath layers of time: a phone, Catherine's actual phone, laid to rest 20 feet from the crash site. The device found in the house was but a decoy, a replica of the real instrument of her demise. Forensic analysis of the buried phone unveiled a chilling exchange of texts between Catherine and her sister on the fatal night. "Mark has uncovered my intentions. He's tailing me in his car," followed by, "He's forcing me off the road." The truth emerged from the shadows, revealing a sinister plot that defied comprehension. A re-examination of Catherine's autopsy photos painted a grim picture, evidence of a struggle, of hands raised in defense, of a life cut short by violence. As the net closed around Mark, he vanished, leaving behind a macabre shrine to Catherine, in his wake stolen mementos, twisted tokens of a love turned sour, and the tools of his deception laid bare. An audio manipulation software, scripts detailing his sinister game of deception, the ghost call that echoed through the abandoned house, a haunting echo of his crimes. The trial that followed was swift, the evidence damning. Mark stood accused of first-degree murder, his elaborate web of lies unraveling in the harsh light of justice. As the verdict rang out, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest, a testament to her daughter's courage and the justice that had finally come to pass. Not through spectral whispers or ghostly apparitions, but through the unwavering truth etched in ink, in Catherine's final words pleading for salvation. The phone from the abandoned house now rests in the evidence vault, a silent witness to a tale of darkness and light. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, officers swear they hear it ring, a phantom echo of a life cut short. Catherine's story endures, not as a ghostly fable, but as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the voices that refuse to be silenced, even in the face of unspeakable darkness. Story 17, the gentle current whispered secrets that morning, the river a mirror reflecting the world above. The fisherman's gaze wandered lazily until it caught on something unusual, a suitcase drifting near the shore, silent and unmoving. Curiosity tugged at him, drawing him closer to the mysterious object. Initially dismissing it as discarded clothing, a pungent odor soon invaded his senses, heavy and clinging. Chains encircled the case, their rusty embrace hinting at a hidden history. When the authorities pried it open, the truth within was a macabre surprise. Not garments, but strands of hair, fingers frozen in a macabre dance, and nestled at the bottom, a chilling message: this isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer arrived, her presence a calming force amidst the eerie scene. The victim, a woman in her 30s, with dark locks and pallid skin now marked by the river's embrace, lay in silent repose. The meticulous examiner cataloged every detail before the body was tenderly removed. It wasn't the act of disposal that gripped Mercer's attention, but the eerie reverence shown to the victim's manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in finery. She was not just discarded here, Mercer mused, observing the water caress the shoreline. She was prepared, honored. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate maven renowned for her prowess in selling extravagant properties. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in solitude within an opulent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a portrait of a driven, meticulous woman who shrouded her private life in secrecy. Her absence was noted by her assistant, who recounted her unwavering commitment to a crucial showing for affluent clients. She would never miss such an opportunity, the assistant affirmed, the worry evident in her voice. That sale meant everything to her. Inside Walsh's ultramodern abode, a pristine ambience pervaded every corner. Designer pieces stood in silent elegance, untouched by the passage of time. A glimpse into her meticulous world revealed immaculately arranged meals, each labeled and stored with precision. her wardrobe a rainbow of hues, every shoe cradled in protective sheaths. Yet a whisper of disorder lingered in her office, a drawer left slightly ajar. Within, a leather-bound journal awaited discovery. The final entry sent a shiver down the investigator's spines. He watches once more. Same car, different plates. A digital voyage through Walsh's emails unveiled a haunting pattern, messages from unknown senders, all bearing the unsettling declaration, "I see your perfection." Each missive delivered at the stroke of the hour like a ghostly echo. Her online searches hinted at a growing unease, a quest for security measures to shield herself from an unseen menace. Mercer pieced together these fragments, drawing a chilling conclusion. "Our perpetrator is no impulsive killer," she murmured to her partner. This was a meticulously crafted ritual, a dark symphony of obsession. The pivotal clue emerged from an unexpected source, a pawnshop proprietor who recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, absent from her possessions. The culprit unmasked Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for shadows. Surveillance footage unveiled his clandestine visits to Walsh's domain, a silent predator weaving in and out with practiced ease. A search of his modest lodgings unearthed a chilling tableau, a gallery of photographs, each depicting women akin to Walsh, captured in unguarded moments. Some faces were harshly crossed out. Walsh was the third in his twisted collection. Concealed behind a false panel in Linden's closet lay a shrine of possession, a lock of hair, a tissue stained with lipstick, fragments of a life meticulously unraveled and catalogued. Each item a piece of a grim puzzle, a puzzle Linden believed only he could solve. The interrogation room turned frigid when Linden was brought in, his demeanor unyielding. "They were flawed," he intoned, devoid of emotion. "They paraded perfection, but I saw their deception." Catherine's flaw was her hidden chaos, her imperfect facade. The hunt for Linden's prior victims led investigators to desolate corners, where two more suitcases yielded grim echoes of Walsh's fate. Inside, women akin to her, real estate agents who masked their lives with a veneer of unblemished precision. As Linden faced justice, his stoic visage betrayed no remorse. His methodical orchestration of their demises laid bare a tapestry of obsession woven with meticulous care. Amidst the courtroom's solemnity, families of the victims bore silent witness as the gavel sealed Linden's eternal fate, a life sentence devoid of reprieve. For Detective Mercer, the case reached its somber conclusion, yet shadows lingered in the wake of closure. What shadows clouded Linden's mind, compelling him to seek out these women? What imperfection within himself did he strive to erase through their tragedy? The river continued its eternal dance downstream, carrying secrets untold in its tranquil depths. Within the precinct, Mercer's desk harbored copies of Linden's unsettling journals, a reminder that darkness often wears a mask of normalcy, lurking in the unlikeliest of places. And in the silence of the night, as the world drifted into slumber, the echoes of a chilling truth lingered, a reminder that even in the realm of perfection, imperfection hides, waiting to be unveiled. Story 18. In the attic, they discovered a hidden treasure beneath a worn blanket. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with eyes of deep blue that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, stumbled upon this mysterious find in their new Victorian home, captivated by its enigmatic aura. They brushed off the doll as just another relic of the past, a forgotten piece of history. But that night, a subtle unease settled over them as they drifted off to sleep. The air felt thick, pregnant with quiet whispers, and the silence seemed to stretch into eternity. When morning came, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed, its gaze fixed upon them with an otherworldly intensity. Detective Rachel Winters was called to the scene on a crisp autumn morning where a chilling tableau awaited her. The female victim lay in the master bedroom, her limbs contorted in an unnatural arrangement, eyes wide with terror. Nearby, the male victim appeared as if caught in a desperate attempt to flee. The room was pristine, devoid of any signs of struggle or forced entry. Detective Winters observed the scene with a sense of unease, noting the deliberate positioning of the victims, reminiscent of dolls meticulously placed on display. As the investigation unfolded, a tapestry of eerie details emerged. Neighbors whispered of shadows flitting behind curtains and the faint echoes of childish laughter echoing through the night. Forensic analysis revealed traces of vintage fabrics throughout the house, materials akin to those used in antique doll clothing. Yet there were no fingerprints, DNA, or footprints to suggest a physical presence other than the victims. It was as though an invisible hand had orchestrated the tragedy, leaving behind only a sense of lingering dread. Delving into the house's history, Detective Winters uncovered a haunting pattern of inexplicable deaths spanning decades. Each previous owner had met a tragic end under puzzling circumstances, with reports of strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena haunting the property. A newspaper clipping led her to a doll maker who had once resided in the house, his final creation rumored to hold a dark secret, a doll imbued with the essence of his deceased daughter. As the investigation deepened, a chilling revelation came to light. The victims, like those before them, had sought to alter the attic space, unwittingly disturbing a malevolent force bound to the house. Old photographs hinted at the doll's sinister past, its presence shifting between frames as if possessed by a spectral energy. Infrared scans unveiled a trail of ghostly handprints leading from the attic to the master bedroom, accompanied by an enigmatic residue that defied classification. A chance encounter with a distant relative of the doll maker unveiled a macabre truth. The doll maker's mastery extended beyond mere craftsmanship, delving into realms of the supernatural. Whispers of rituals and arcane practices hinted at a dark legacy of binding spirits to inanimate objects, infusing them with a semblance of life. The perfect dolls, it was said, were conduits for something far more sinister than mere playthings. The case reached a chilling impasse, with no tangible suspects or rational explanations to ease the growing unease. Detective Winters, haunted by the enigmatic doll and its spectral presence, sought to contain the malevolent force within the confines of her precinct. Yet the doll's disappearance, along with her own inexplicable lapse in memory, left her shaken and questioning the boundaries of reality. With the house passing into new hands, the attic stood empty, a silent witness to the tragedies that had unfolded within its walls. The doll, elusive and enigmatic, remained at large, a specter of the past destined to haunt those who dared to uncover its secrets. Detective Winters, burdened by the weight of unresolved mysteries, chose to retire, bearing with her a photograph that held the key to the doll maker's dark legacy, a truth best left undisturbed. In the stillness of the night, whispers of a child's laughter would occasionally drift through the neighborhood, a reminder of the unseen forces that lingered within the shadows. And though the doll remained lost to time, its presence endured in the quiet echoes of a house burdened by a history of sorrow and secrets untold. Story 19. The aged envelope, its once white edges now tinged with a soft yellow hue, bore a fresh stamp, a recent journey marked by its crispness. Delicately, the detective unfolded it, revealing a single sheet of paper adorned with words typed in a rushed, uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did," the message proclaimed. A faint dampness lingered on the paper, carrying with it a metallic scent that clung to the air. It was then that Detective Sarah Morgan's keen eyes caught sight of a reddish smear along the bottom edge, a stain that was not made by ink. Carefully, she secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced expertise. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicion the reddish mark was human blood, its DNA a match to an unsolved homicide case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been tragically discovered in her apartment, bearing multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered, hinting that her death might be linked to a story she had been investigating. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold until this mysterious letter arrived at the police department, simply addressed to Homicide Division. Minimal fingerprints adorned the paper and envelope, only faint smudges hinting that the sender had taken care to wear gloves. The postmark provided a rare lead in the months-long investigation. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan surrounded herself with haunting crime scene photos, intricate timelines, and futile suspect profiles. Pinning the letter's image at the heart of their investigation board, she declared, "This changes everything. Our perpetrator shows remorse." Detective James Chen, Morgan's steadfast partner, scrutinized the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps they seek to deceive us," he proposed. The blood could be a theatrical ploy, a means of mockery. Tracing the unique typewriter impressions to a model long out of production, the forensics team embarked on a search across antique shops and collectors in the region. As the inquiry gained momentum, they delved deeper into Rebecca's life. Her editor praised her as relentless, devoted to unveiling corruption. Her final assignment delved into a wealthy family embroiled in local politics, torn apart by a contentious inheritance dispute following the patriarch's demise. Interviewing Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed subtle shifts in his demeanor since their initial meeting. Rebecca feared she was being followed, he confessed. "I dismissed her concerns as paranoia fueled by her investigation. I should have listened." While the detectives pursued this lead, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten words and haunting bloodstains. This time the message divulged more. She unearthed family secrets about the estate, about the patriarch's demise. It was never meant to escalate. The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they questioned his eldest son, Richard. Amidst his collection of antiques lay vintage typewriters, a detail that raised suspicions. Under scrutiny, Richard's rehearsed explanations rang hollow. A breakthrough came when microscopic fibers on the envelopes linked back to custom stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, Alina. Confronted, she disclosed Richard's request to use her stationery weeks prior. A search of Richard's residence unveiled a concealed room filled with incriminating evidence clippings of Rebecca, surveillance materials, and a vintage typewriter matching the letter's origin. DNA analysis confirmed the blood as Rebecca's. Unforeseen was the financial tie between Richard and Michael, revealed through bank records showing substantial transactions preceding the murder. Confronted, Michael confessed. Rebecca found proof that Richard poisoned his father to expedite his inheritance. "I informed Richard, hoping to dissuade her. I never envisioned her death." The puzzle completed when Alina presented a clandestine recording capturing Richard and Michael plotting against Rebecca. Richard's voice damningly clear, she must be silenced for good. As Richard attempted to flee, he was apprehended. The trial hinged on the letters, the typewriter, financial dealings, and Alina's recording. Accepting a plea deal, Michael testified against Richard. Throughout the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, accusing Michael of framing him, yet the evidence prevailed. After a swift deliberation, the jury rendered a guilty verdict. As Richard faced his fate in handcuffs, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents. Though no words could mend their loss, justice offered a semblance of solace. The blood-stained letters remained in evidence, a chilling reminder that even the most meticulously orchestrated crimes leave a trace, and that remorse, whether genuine or strategic, can unravel the most elaborate schemes. The legacy of Rebecca Warren's case endured as a pivotal lesson in detective training, illustrating that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lies not in modern technology, but in the echo of an old typewriter and the burden of guilt weighing upon a killer's soul. Story 20. In the beginning there was a gentle flicker, a subtle disturbance in the baby monitor's tranquil feed. The mother in her slumbered state brushed it off as mere interference, a trick of technology. But then a crackling in the audio, like leaves rustling in the wind, and a voice so soft, so unnervingly close, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A shiver ran down her spine, her heartbeat echoing in the silence of the night. With a racing heart, she hurried to her son's room, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. Yet upon reaching the crib, her frantic gaze met emptiness. The window stood closed, the door securely locked. The only anomaly an abandoned stuffed rabbit, its once innocent eyes now cold and unyielding as they gazed back at her. Rebecca's scream tore through the stillness, a raw outpouring of fear and disbelief that echoed through the walls, reaching the ears of concerned neighbors who swiftly summoned help. When the authorities arrived, they found her cradling the rabbit, lost in a world of anguish on the nursery floor. Samuel, her 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a single trace, leaving behind a void that engulfed her in despair. The investigation that followed led only to dead ends. No signs of forced entry defied reason, the security system standing steadfast in its vigil. The recorded footage from the baby monitor revealed nothing but that haunting voice and static, a mystery that confounded even the most seasoned investigators. How could someone infiltrate a locked home, spirit away a child, and leave behind no trace save for a haunting whisper? Speculations swirled, suspicions cast shadows over Rebecca. Her husband Daniel had been absent on business, their strained marriage fraught with unspoken tensions since Samuel's arrival. Medical records hinted at struggles with postpartum depression, painting a portrait of a troubled mind. Detectives noted her composure, a calm facade that belied the turmoil within, sparking whispers of doubt among the community. And then a glimmer of hope, a breakthrough in the form of microscopic fibers, alien to the household, clinging to the nursery windowsill. These fibers, delicate yet telling, spoke of a daring intruder, a phantom navigating the shadows with precision. The investigation pivoted, uncovering a dark figure in the night, a footprint that whispered of expertise in climbing and stealth. Rebecca's innocence began to shine through as Daniel, the returning husband, found himself ensnared in a web of deceit. Unusual calluses, a newfound hobby in rock climbing, and troubling financial records painted a damning picture. A second family hidden in the shadows, secrets buried deep, and a trail of betrayal that led straight to the heart of the mystery. As the digital breadcrumbs were traced, a revelation emerged: the baby monitor, a silent witness to the truth. Hacked and manipulated, its innocent facade shattered to reveal a sinister plot. Samuel, alive and well, cradled in the arms of a woman named Elaine, a ghost from Daniel's past seeking solace in the echoes of a lost child. The courtroom hushed as the truth unfurled, a tale of deception woven with threads of malice. Daniel's cough, a damning echo in the audio, placed him at the scene of the crime he professed ignorance of. The jury's swift judgment sealed their fate, their crimes laid bare for all to see. Rebecca and Samuel found solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The baby monitor, a silent sentinel, bore witness to the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. And as the world moved on, caution echoed through every nursery, a reminder of the fragility of innocence and the lengths some would go to shatter it. Story 21. The apartment lay silent and still for months, its emptiness a shroud over the memories it held. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, they anticipated only the embrace of dust and the whispers of forgotten furniture. Yet one door stood defiantly closed, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. It was a closet, its presence ominous, locked from within as if guarding secrets of the past. With a determined push, the landlord broke the barrier, revealing not just old coats or discarded trinkets, but something far more chilling. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, uneven lines that spoke of desperation and confinement. And in the shadows of the corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen aglow with a single unread message, a haunting echo of the past. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling enigmas, felt a shiver race down her spine at the sight. It wasn't the blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent plea etched into those walls, a plea for freedom, for escape. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured each scratch on camera. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone whispered hauntingly, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man of nerves wound tight, recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving unpaid rent in her wake. A young woman kept to herself. "Left abruptly about 6 months ago," he stammered, his eyes darting everywhere but towards the closet. "No trouble she caused." Forensic analysis uncovered a haunting truth within those scratch marks, traces of blood, most belonging to a single individual presumed to be the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell. Yet amidst the familiar DNA there were two anomalies. One sample remained a mystery to the databases, while the other belonged to a man long declared deceased. "This can't be right," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing report. Derek Mercer, a man thought to have perished years ago, had left his mark on those walls, defying the laws of time and logic. Emma's apartment whispered tales of interrupted routines, a sink filled with untouched dishes, an unmade bed, and a phone silent in its stillness. The records painted a picture of a life abruptly cut short, of calls left unreturned and mysterious contacts on the brink of disappearance. The sister mentioned a secretive boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed, his voice tinged with concern. No name, just descriptions of intensity and privacy. Surveillance footage captured Emma's final moments, a shadowy figure following her into the building under the cloak of night, a man obscured by a baseball cap, his identity a puzzle waiting to be solved. The revelation came with the discovery of partial fingerprints on the closet doorknob, fingerprints that belonged to the supposedly deceased Derek Mercer. He staged his death, Shaw deduced. But why and what ties him to Emma? The unknown DNA sample led to a cold case of another missing soul, Lynette Porter, vanished without a trace years before. Her threads intertwined with Emma's in a sinister dance of deceit and manipulation. Derek Mercer's shadow loomed large, his presence felt in the echoes of the past. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place as Shaw delved deeper, uncovering a web of darkness woven with precision. A remote property hidden from prying eyes revealed the horrors Mercer had orchestrated. Behind heavy doors lay Lynette Porter, a mere shell of her former self, a prisoner of Mercer's twisted desires. "He forced me to watch," she whispered, her eyes vacant, haunted by the specter of confinement and fear. Journals chronicling Mercer's descent into madness, photographs of his victims, and chilling videos of his heinous acts painted a portrait of a man consumed by control and malice. The manhunt spanned miles, a race against time to capture a predator in human skin. Forensic psychologists delved into the depths of Mercer's psyche, unearthing a darkness that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned investigators. His capture at a bus terminal, armed with tools of torment and a map to a coastal haven, marked the end of his reign of terror. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a calm facade, a mask of tranquility that belied the horrors he had wrought. She sent that message to herself, he claimed, his words laced with a sinister edge. She craved the attention, the rescue she believed she deserved. The trial unveiled the intricate tapestry of deceit Mercer had spun, his elaborate charade of death and rebirth exposed to the harsh light of truth. As the gavel fell, sealing Mercer's fate with a sentence of eternal imprisonment, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes, a private victory known only to him. Lynette Porter's voice rang out in the courtroom, a beacon of resilience in the face of darkness. "While he rots in his cell, I'll bask in the warmth of the sun," she declared, her spirit unbroken by the trials she had endured. The case reshaped the landscape of missing persons investigations, a stark reminder of the horrors that lurked beneath the surface of everyday life. Detective Shaw, keeper of the secrets unearthed in that fateful apartment, hung the closet door on her office wall, a silent tribute to the strength of those who fought against the shadows, their marks etched not in blood, but in the fervent struggle for survival. Story 22. The old Polaroid, weathered by time, captured a birthday celebration from years gone by. Smiles adorned faces, candles danced with flickering flames, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. But as the daughter sifted through the box of aged photos passed down to her, she noticed it. A figure lurking in the background, just behind the jovial group. A man cloaked in shadow, lingering on the periphery of the candlelight. He was not a familiar face, not a relative or a friend. No one could recall him being there. Yet, as she flipped through each photo, he seemed to draw nearer, creeping closer with each passing snapshot. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while clearing out her mother's attic following the somber occasion of her funeral. Among the forgotten relics, a simple cardboard box marked "Memories" revealed a treasure trove of moments frozen in time. Instead of solace, the discovery unveiled the beginning of a haunting mystery. In the initial photograph, he was a mere outline, a mysterious silhouette captured at the edge of the frame during her 7th birthday party. The enigmatic figure loomed by the glass door, his features obscured, silently observing. In the subsequent photo, taken moments later, he had crossed the threshold. By the 3rd picture, he stood ominously behind her uncle, unnoticed by all captured in the frame. Trembling, Sarah reached out to her father, her voice quivering as she recounted the unsettling revelation. "Dad, who is this man haunting these photos?" A heavy pause followed her inquiry, then a sharp intake of breath. "What man? There should be no one but family members," her father replied, his voice tinged with unease. Detective Marcus Reed attentively examined the Polaroid spread across his desk at the precinct, the patter of rain against the windows creating a soothing ambience. Shadows danced across the evidence as the seasoned detective meticulously analyzed each photograph. "No one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his tone devoid of judgment but brimming with curiosity. "None," Sarah affirmed, arranging the pictures in chronological order. As the detective leaned in, a revelation began to take shape before his eyes. The mysterious figure moved methodically through the images, drawing nearer to the unsuspecting children with each frame. In the final photo, he stood poised directly behind Sarah's younger self, a ghostly hand outstretched towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame's edge. "The photographer," Reed proposed, skepticism lacing his words. "My mother took all these. She set the timer and joined the group. Copies were made, a case file was opened, and an investigation commenced. Contacts were made with all surviving attendees of the party, but none could recall the enigmatic man. No hired help, no unexpected guests, only a secluded countryside setting chosen for its privacy. Facial recognition technology proved futile, as the figure remained strategically concealed in each image, as if cognizant of the camera's gaze. Yet his deliberate posture hinted at a sinister intent. The mystery might have stalled there if Sarah had not unearthed additional photos from other family albums. Diverse gatherings, varied years, but the same haunting figure lingering in the background, unnoticed by all. A tech specialist enhanced the images, unveiling hidden details obscured by time. A scar on the wrist, a distinct ring, a faint reflection revealing facial features previously shrouded in darkness. A breakthrough emerged from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had vanished after being linked to 3 unsolved child abductions in the region, cases long cold. Keller had been employed by the company that serviced the vacation property where Sarah's birthday had taken place, holding master keys to numerous rental properties in the vicinity. Properties where families had congregated, only for children to vanish without a trace. Excavation at Keller's former residence unearthed chilling evidence buried beneath the concrete. A hair clip matching a missing girl's description, a toy car belonging to a vanished boy, and a bracelet Sarah recognized as her own childhood memento she believed lost to time. In her solitary apartment, surrounded by the damning photos, Sarah reflected on the horrors exposed by the images. The detective's call confirming the identification of remains near one of the vacation properties resonated in the silence of her thoughts. DNA had confirmed the identity of one of the missing children. Gazing at the final birthday photo, the warmth of the candlelight bathing her family's joyous faces, she saw him once more. The figure shrouded in shadow, a silent observer standing just behind her younger self, a spectral presence invisible to all in that moment of celebration. The revelation connected decades-old mysteries, bringing closure to grieving families, but unveiling a darkness that had lingered unseen for years. The shadow in the family photos had finally been unmasked, his malevolent presence acknowledged after years of hiding in plain sight. As Sarah tenderly placed the photos back in the box, they stood as a testament to the chilling truth that sometimes the most perilous threats are those concealed within captured moments, hidden figures moving through festivities undetected, leaving only a trace of their sinister passage through the frozen corridors of time. Story 23. The parcel arrived without a return label, without a tracking number, just a plain cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her. Her address was correct, but the name was all wrong. She should have disregarded it, should have left it untouched on the porch, but curiosity beckoned. She peeled away the tape, anticipating books, clothes, something innocuous. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note. Watch alone. Sarah Miller gazed at the dark plastic rectangle cradled in her hands. It felt off somehow heavier than expected, as though carrying the weight of something forbidden. Her fingertips traced the weathered edges of the tape, detecting the small imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the indentations of someone pressing too hard, with the pen, urgency evident in every stroke. The suburban neighborhood buzzed around her in its routine, a distant dog barking, children's laughter drifting over the fence, the drone of a lawnmower slicing through the morning calm. Everyday life continued, oblivious to the mysterious delivery. Sarah brought the package indoors, placing it on her kitchen counter as doubt crept into her thoughts. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had resided in the house for nearly 4 years and had never received mail for anyone by that name. Curiosity and unease waged a silent war within her as she glanced at her dusty VCR, a relic kept mostly for sentimental reasons. Something about the tape beckoned a puzzle shrouded in worn black plastic. Against her instincts, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine. Static danced on the screen, initially white noise that gradually sharpened into clarity. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle was askew, low, as if hastily positioned. A man sat in a wooden chair, his face initially obscured by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man spoke, his voice hushed yet certain. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, which means they will find me too." Leaning forward, he revealed a face marked by vigilance and sleepless nights, sunken eyes, stubble of several days, disheveled hair. "I did not commit the crime. I need you to know that. But they have planted evidence against me, fingerprints, DNA, despite never coming into contact with the victim." The camera wobbled as Daniel adjusted it, offering a glimpse of the Spartan room, bare walls, minimal furnishings, the refuge of someone prepared to flee at a moment's notice. "They have framed me. The authorities will claim I knew the victim, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard us arguing. None of it is true. I only saw Catherine Walsh's face when it flashed on the news." His voice quivered slightly. "Deceased, murdered in her home. And yet my DNA was found all over the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different recipients, all containing the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, a man officially accused in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace on the day her body was discovered. Initially, the Walsh case seemed straightforward. A young professional found strangled in her bedroom. No signs of forced entry. Evidence pointing directly to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already in the system from a minor offense years back. Neighbors reported seeing a man matching his description near her residence in the weeks leading up to the tragedy. Phone records placed him in the vicinity on the night of the murder. A closed case, until the mysterious tapes emerged. "The tapes complicate matters," Detective Ramirez recorded into her device while updating her case notes. "Whitaker is either orchestrating an elaborate ruse or exposing something far darker." She reviewed her evidence board pictures of a smiling Catherine Walsh at a company function. The grisly crime scene photos too unsettling to linger on. Maps pinpointing where the parcels had been delivered, and at the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to implore her, beseeching. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez unearthed that Catherine Walsh had been embroiled in a whistleblower case against her employer, PharmaCorp, a potent pharmaceutical company with government ties. Walsh had unearthed anomalies in their clinical trial data, proof that they had concealed severe side effects in a new drug fast-tracked for market release. She was set to testify. A former colleague divulged to Ramirez during an interview, glancing anxiously at the door. Catherine possessed evidence, documents revealing that executives were aware of the issues and buried them. The trial was scheduled for next week. The detective began noticing peculiar discrepancies. The DNA evidence appeared too precise, discovered in locations incongruous with the crime. Testimonies regarding Whitaker seemed rehearsed, with identical phrasing across various statements. Most troubling of all, surveillance footage from nearby establishments inexplicably corrupted during the crucial time frame surrounding the murder. 3 days after the tape, Sarah Miller received a second package. Inside were documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email transcripts, all from PharmaCorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, all confirming her suspicions. The investigation pivoted. Detective Ramirez connected with other tape recipients, unraveling Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked in IT security for a contractor servicing PharmaCorp systems. He had never met Catherine, but he had noticed her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker elucidated in a subsequent tape that surfaced. I saw the surveillance directives in the system. They knew she was amassing evidence. And then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I was implicated as the perpetrator. The case cracked when Sarah Miller discerned a detail on her copy of the tape that others had overlooked. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker unveiled a row of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Within Unit 217, they uncovered everything. Daniel Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy. The original files Catherine had compiled, and most damning, elaborate plans to frame Whitaker, inscribed in the handwriting of Pharmacorp's head of security, a former detective with access to evidence procedures. Justice arrived not through a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of evidence that could not be refuted. 3 executives faced charges. The head of security confessed, striking a deal to testify against his superiors. The drug was withdrawn from consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from seclusion, gaunt and transformed by his time as a fugitive. The charges against him were dismissed, but the ordeal had left an indelible mark. Sarah Miller encountered him once when he came to reclaim his tape. They exchanged a few words on her porch, the same spot where his package had first appeared. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why send it to my address?" He regarded her with weary eyes. "The algorithm selected you. I required individuals unconnected to me or Catherine, individuals they wouldn't monitor. Individuals who might still rely on their judgment when the media branded me guilty." The former suspect and the inadvertent witness stood in silence, contemplating how fragile the boundary between justice and manufactured falsehoods could be. Sarah finally spoke. The mistaken address turned out to be exactly the right one. The VHS tapes were cataloged as evidence, tangible reminders that truth sometimes arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, awaiting someone curious enough to delve inside. Story 24, The Mystery of Reflections. She stood in front of the mirror, swiping away the mist that clouded her reflection. Her features appeared as they should, her attire unchanged. Yet an unsettling feeling crept over her. There was a subtle shift in the air, a movement not of her own making. As she turned away, her reflection remained fixed, watching her with an eerie stillness. Thus began the enigma of Rebecca Thorne, a quiet inhabitant of a serene suburban locale. Her solitary existence in a modest abode belied the perplexing events that would soon unfold, casting a shadow over the tranquil neighborhood. Known for her methodical nature and reserved demeanor, Rebecca led a life of routine and precision, her days revolving around the structured world of data analysis. The initial signs of disturbance were subtle. Objects in her home were subtly rearranged, a coffee mug shifted, books realigned, a toothbrush out of place. At first, she dismissed these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to the strain of her meticulous work routine. It was only after weeks of such occurrences that she reached out to the authorities, seeking solace from the growing unease that gripped her. Detective Marion Shaw, upon receiving Rebecca's report, initially deemed it a matter best suited for mental health services rather than police intervention. Without concrete evidence of foul play, no signs of forced entry, missing items, or broken locks, the case seemed to teeter on the edge of mere paranoia. However, the pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. Rebecca recounted the chilling experience to the police, a disconcerting tale of her reflection moving independently, an ominous sensation of being surveilled even in solitude. This time she had proof, surveillance footage captured by a camera trained on her front door. What it revealed sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned investigators. The grainy video depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, only to witness an exact replica of herself entering the apartment 20 minutes later. Forensic scrutiny of the footage yielded no signs of tampering or digital manipulation. It was as if someone had meticulously studied Rebecca down to the smallest detail and replicated her with uncanny precision. As the investigation deepened, a pattern emerged from the security footage. The doppelganger only made its appearance during specific intervals when Rebecca was away for pre-planned activities. It was a targeted intrusion, a calculated imitation of her daily routines. The realization dawned that someone was not merely mimicking Rebecca, but fixated on assuming her identity entirely. The focus narrowed on a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had exhibited erratic behavior before her dismissal. Lily's unsettling emails to Rebecca hinted at a disturbing obsession, a desire to merge their identities into one. A search of Lily's residence unveiled a chilling replica of Rebecca's life, a shrine adorned with photographs, a wardrobe mirroring hers, and meticulous notes cataloging her every move. Lily's disappearance before her arrest signaled a chilling turn of events. Rebecca, placed under protective custody, found herself embroiled in a twisted game of identity theft. The real Rebecca vanished into obscurity, forging a new existence in seclusion as Lily seamlessly slipped into her former life. The case remains unresolved, a haunting reminder of the boundaries between self and other, reality and illusion. Detective Shaw, haunted by the mirroring images of two women intertwined in a macabre dance of identity, reflects on the profound truth that identity is not merely a reflection in the mirror, but a fragile essence to be safeguarded at all costs. The enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne and Lily Winters lingers as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the intricate depths of the human psyche and the chilling consequences of losing oneself in the pursuit of another. Story 25. The old house stood silent, a forgotten relic of bygone days. Whispers in the neighborhood spoke of its haunting past, of a young woman who vanished without a trace, leaving behind a locked bedroom frozen in time. When the new occupants crossed the threshold, they felt a chill in the air, heavy with the weight of years gone by. The bedroom door yielded reluctantly to their efforts, revealing a scene untouched by time. The bed was neatly made, the mirror gleaming in the dim light. A lone candle stood as a sentinel on the desk, its wax a hardened pool of forgotten dreams. And there, upon the desk, lay a notebook, its pages whispering secrets of the past. Detective Morgan delicately turned the pages, each one a chapter in the mystery of Elise Winters. Her delicate script danced across the paper, telling a tale of fear and intrigue. The final entry lingered in the air, a haunting echo of a night long past. "I know he's watching me tonight," the words cried out, pleading for someone to listen. But the night had swallowed her whole, leaving only echoes behind. The room held its breath as forensic experts combed through the shadows, seeking answers in the dust. Elise, a woman of precision and purpose, had vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of breadcrumbs for those willing to follow. As the investigation unfolded, layers of deception peeled away like old wallpaper, revealing a web of deceit woven by those in power. Elise's meticulous nature had unearthed a truth too dangerous to ignore, a truth that had cost her everything. The hidden passage, a ghostly whisper in the darkness, beckoned Morgan forward, leading to the heart of the mystery. Vincent Harriman, a man of influence and shadows, stood at the center of it all, his hands stained with the blood of the innocent. The courtroom hushed as the verdict echoed through the halls of justice. Harriman's facade crumbled, his lies laid bare for all to see. Elise's legacy, a beacon of truth in a sea of lies, brought justice crashing down upon the guilty. And so the house stood empty once more, a silent witness to the secrets buried within its walls. The light in the upstairs window flickered in the night, a reminder of a young woman's unwavering resolve in the face of darkness. In the stillness of the night, the house whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen, a lullaby of justice served in souls at peace. And as the stars danced overhead, Elise's spirit found solace in the truth that had set her free. Story 26. The new occupants believed it was simply peeling wallpaper. Yet as they delicately removed it, the hidden layers whispered a different tale. Etched in ink repeatedly, a name emerged. The same name saturating every inch of the wall, scrawled in a frantic, uneven hand. It wasn't the name of the previous proprietors. It wasn't documented anywhere. However, upon scouring the internet, a solitary outcome surfaced, a cold case of a missing person from decades past. And the most unsettling detail, the woman in the faded photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the one who had handed over the keys to the house. Michael and Sarah Klein hadn't planned on refurbishing the Victorian-era dwelling right away. The enchanting old abode came with a surprisingly modest price tag, and the former owner, a reserved, graceful woman with dark hair streaked silver, had appeared eager to part ways, mentioning a cross-country relocation. The couple had been captivated by the residence's allure, its intricate woodwork and lofty ceilings narrating tales of a bygone era. It all commenced with a modest water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah spotted a yellowish blemish spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael probed it with his fingers, the paper yielded, unveiling a hidden layer beneath. Intrigued, they cautiously peeled back the damaged portion. The first stratum unveiled outdated paisley designs from what seemed like the 1970s. Underneath that, striped paper from an earlier epoch. However, as they persisted, something unforeseen surfaced within the third layer. Writing, dark ink on faded beige paper. Not random scrawls, but a name, Eleanor Winters, repeated endlessly, the handwriting growing increasingly desperate and erratic across the wall. "Who is Eleanor Winters?" Sarah murmured, her fingertips tracing the frenzied script. The revelation unsettled them both. That evening, Michael sat at their kitchen counter, laptop agape, delving into property records. The house had exchanged hands multiple times over the years. No trace of Eleanor Winters materialized in any documentation. The woman who had sold them the house was identified as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, clutching a mug of coffee. Try searching the name alone. The online quest yielded scant results until they stumbled upon an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Eleanor Winters, age 27, reported missing during the winter months. The monochrome photograph depicted a young woman with dark locks and distinctive eyes that mirrored those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had handed them the keys to the house. "This article dates back 30 years, Michael murmured, his voice barely audible over the hum of the refrigerator. Margaret would be about the right age now, but Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never received closure, no body found, no suspects named. Their curiosity burgeoned into an obsession. Sarah reached out to the former homeowners, retracing their steps through county archives. The renovation paused as they devoted their evenings to their makeshift inquiry. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had only possessed the house for 7 months before selling it to them, an anomaly considering the extensive paperwork and inspection process they had endured. The detective assigned to the dormant case had retired years ago. When Michael tracked him down, the man immediately recollected the case. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he recounted the investigation. Eleanor Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of a struggle at her apartment. Her car discovered abandoned near the highway. case went cold swiftly, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, simply vanished. Michael hesitated before inquiring, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence lingered on the line. "No, the name doesn't ring a bell." "Why?" When they unveiled their discovery and shared photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective vowed to make inquiries. Within days, a detective from the current force reached out, requesting permission to scrutinize the wall. Their abode transformed into an active crime scene. Forensic teams meticulously documented and removed sections of the wallpaper. Analysis unveiled that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting analysts juxtaposed the wall inscriptions with samples of Alina's penmanship from old journals provided by her family. The findings were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah stumbled upon a concealed space beneath the bedroom closet's floorboards. Within lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. All bore the same countenance with subtle discrepancies: hair color, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, matched their home cellar. When authorities endeavored to locate Margaret using the forwarded address she had supplied, they discovered it was non-existent. Her phone number had been disconnected. The bank account that received their payment had been shuttered. Margaret Cavendish had vanished, much like Alina Winters had decades earlier. Then came the revelation that fundamentally altered the inquiry. DNA analysis of hair strands retrieved from deep within the wall cavity aligned with Alina Winters. However, fingerprints lifted from the writing itself corresponded to a completely different profile, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been institutionalized shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had absconded from the institution on multiple occasions over the years. Her medical records unveiled something chilling. One of her documented alter egos identified herself as Alina. The investigation unveiled that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood companion, fixated on her to the point of imitation. When Alina rebuffed her progressively unsettling advances, something within Rebecca fractured. She had assumed Alina's identity literally and metaphorically, and crafted an intricate web of personas to perpetuate the charade. The scribbled name signified Rebecca's desperate bid to preserve her grasp on reality, to recollect who she truly was beneath the assumed identities. The wall had become both a confession and a prison, a tangible manifestation of her shattered psyche. Sarah and Michael observed from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had abruptly turned warm. The remains unearthed from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. When confronted with evidence, the personality presenting as Margaret crumbled, and another surfaced, one who admitted to slaying Alina in a fit of jealousy. The names on the wall had been both a memorial and a manifestation of guilt, penned by a fractured mind attempting to cling to shreds of truth despite itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their dream abode became infamous, a footnote in true crime annals, forever remembered as the house where the walls themselves confessed to murder. Story 27, the town held its secrets close, never speaking of the house nestled at the edge of the dense woods. Solitary and forgotten, it loomed with windows like darkened eyes and a porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to its ownership, and its origins remained a mystery lost to the whispers of the wind. But when a band of adventurers strayed too near, they stumbled upon a chilling sight: names carved into the aged wood, etched deep like silent warnings. And at the very end of the list, freshly engraved and untouched by weather, was a name that sent shivers through their souls, a name unfamiliar to them all. Until in a hushed tone one of them confessed, "That name, it's mine." Under the veil of night, a call came into dispatch, a routine report of trespassing. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the brave soul who had stumbled upon his own name etched into the abandoned house. Law enforcement anticipated a simple case of mischief, perhaps a youthful prank gone awry, but what they uncovered defied logic and reason. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness draped the forest like a cloak. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the weathered face of the structure. The list of names, 27 in total, cascaded down the eastern wall, some fading into obscurity with age, others remaining sharp and clear as though carved just moments before. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still fresh, a whisper of sawdust clinging to the edges. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his breath materializing in the chilly air. "I can't fathom how my name came to be here." The inquiry commenced with thorough background checks on each name inscribed on the wall. What they unearthed sent a chill through the hearts of the investigative team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the span of the past 40 years, each one vanishing without a trace while wandering these very woods alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the nuances in depth, technique, and weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harkened back to a disappearance case from 37 years past, a tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a babbling stream. Interrogations of Mason yielded no connections to the area beyond his recent trek with his college comrades. The group had chosen their path at random, guided by an online suggestion. No threads tied Mason to the other names adorning the desolate structure. Suspicion turned to his companions, leading to a revelation in the form of eerie figures lurking in the background of photographs taken during their hike, a spectral presence that none of them recalled encountering on their journey. A search of the house's interior unveiled a haunting tableau in the basement, a meticulous arrangement of personal effects belonging to the missing hikers, neatly displayed on wooden shelves, each item labeled with a corresponding name from the exterior wall. Bloodstains, concealed beneath layers of dust, hinted at dark deeds committed within the confines of the derelict abode. As the investigation deepened, Detective Keller observed a shift in Mason's demeanor, his claims of unexplained phenomena escalating, a phantom murmuring beyond his windows, enigmatic footprints leading to his doorstep but vanishing into the ether. The department assigned a guardian to watch over him, yet Mason's paranoia only burgeoned. A breakthrough arrived with the unearthing of historical land records, revealing the house's former owner as a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Descriptions painted him as an enigmatic figure, towering and gaunt, who had faded into oblivion 15 years prior without a trace of investigation into his vanishing. Authorized to delve further into the forest, the search party happened upon a network of crude hunting blinds strategically placed along popular trails. Within one of these blinds lay a journal chronicling chilling observations, a transition from hunting animals to hunting humans, detailing their vulnerabilities, behaviors, and the sinister art of selection. The hunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions, with air and ground forces scouring every nook and cranny of the wilderness. Yet the elusive figure remained a ghost in the shadows. Mason Wright withdrew from the world, leaving behind a cryptic message scrawled on his bedroom wall, a grim prophecy of predator turned prey. Efforts to locate Mason proved futile until a startling revelation emerged during a secondary search of Blackwood's residence. Hidden within a concealed chamber in the basement lay a workshop adorned with tools of craftsmanship and a freshly carved wooden slab bearing a name yet to join the ominous roster. Surveillance tightened around the house, cameras poised to capture any movement, sensors primed to alert to any intrusion. And on a fateful night, the sensors cried out as a figure, impossibly slender and tall, emerged from the shadows, advancing towards the house with an otherworldly grace. Tactical units closed in, only to witness the figure vanish into the night, leaving nothing but a lingering sense of dread. To this day, the house remains under constant watch, a sentinel against the unknown. Mason and the forensic technician have joined the ranks of the missing, their fates entwined with the enigma of the forest. Investigations press onward, fueled by fresh reports of disappearances echoing in distant woodlands. The names on the wall have become a whispered legend among law enforcement, a tale that some dare not utter aloud, a specter that haunts the dreams of local hikers, a reminder of the names that none dare speak.